ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಮ್ದು
ಹಲೋ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸಮಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹಲೋ 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 ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್ ಹಲೋ 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 ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿಡಕಿನಿ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ.
Everybody in the auditorium understood the instructions? May I request all the students in the second part of the gallery to kindly move forward and occupy the front rows except the first row here for the speakers. Students, please get up. Please get up, come to the front rows. Do not leave any seats vacant. Later, it will disturb the audience. We have people coming in from Microsoft and other renowned organizations. We don't want to disturb. We want to ensure that there is a learning decorum. Please cooperate and come forward. Do not show up the same attitude what you have at your institutions, please.
A very good morning, students. Welcome to Knowledge Workshop 3 of 17th edition of FKCCA Manthan's 2025. I think we have already completed 2 knowledge workshops previously covering the various topics on business startup and best guidelines from the renowned experts from the field. Now, let us continue the same in today's knowledge workshop as well. And now we have Manthan 2025 Committee Chairman Ms. Tejashri BA to brief up on previous sessions.
Once again, a very good morning to all my dear students online and offline. Thank you so much for students beyond Bengaluru joining us online. And I take this opportunity to once again express my gratitude to President Mr. M.G. Balakrishna and Senior Vice President Madam Uma Reddy, Vice President Mr. Sairam Prasad, my dear advisor CAIS Prasad for constant support for in the journey of Manthan. As you are all aware, we conducted the first knowledge workshop in the month of April. To begin with, we had Dr. Rajdeep Manwani giving us insights about how one can be an effective entrepreneur. We also had sessions on evaluation of your ideas for viability and how to achieve the proof of concept. Financial game plan, revenue growth and cash flow was covered as a part of first knowledge workshop, followed by the second knowledge workshop on brand and social media marketing, and also how to go ahead building your business plan and how to prepare your business plan and how to pitch. And also we had some success stories by the previous month and winners. We also had a panel discussion on investor expectations from the business plans, right? So these were certain things that we have already covered. And for today, we have lined up on, we have with us Madam Surekha Rao. Thank you so much, Madam, for joining us today to give us insights about legal and regulatory compliance. In addition to that, we have our own core team member, Madam C.A. Shubha Ganesh, who's going to talk about business plan as a tool for good communication. Followed by, we have Mr. Steve, CEO and co-founder of Atlas HR Technologies. Since we had a lot of students raising questions in first knowledge workshop and second knowledge workshop on how to build an effective team, human resource, we have a topic scheduled on building a founding team and culture. And the last session for today, we have Mr. Gangadharan, who is going to be from Biz Development Lead, Startups and Emerging Verticals from Microsoft. And he's going to talk about how to leverage technology, especially AI for startups, right? With this, I welcome each one of you to ensure you make best out of these sessions. In the last 15-20 minutes, we'll also dedicate for you people to ask in case if you have any queries. And one important announcement that you are all eager looking out for your first set of results. That will be declared tomorrow on WhatsApp group, right? So the students in advance, congratulations to all that who will be moving to the next round. And we will be announcing subsequently the dates where we request you to come along with your PowerPoint presentations. So we will give you all the instruction in our WhatsApp group. The PowerPoint presentations has to come to Manthan@FKCCI email address so that we download and we keep the things ready. In case if you have any challenges, you may talk to Office Secretariats, Madam Soumya and Mr. Nagraj and coordinate, ensure that the PPTs are ready for jury without wasting anybody's time, right? So we'll come back to you with a date and slot depending on the sector. And for all the students who for whatsoever reason are not able to make it up to the next round, please don't be disheartened. Stay connected with FKCCI's flagship event Manthan, and we look forward to in this journey with us till the finale. Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, let us begin with the first session of today's workshop with legal and regulatory compliance. The same is hosted by Ms. Surekha Rao, Corporate Attorney and Director, Legal at Triangulus Business Consulting LLP and CEO at Triangulus HR Solutions LLP. She holds a bachelor degree in LLB from Bangalore University and a postgraduate degree in intellectual property rights from National Law School of India University. With distinguished career spanning over 25 years, Surekha Rao is a seasoned corporate attorney renowned for her expertise in multi-domain and multi-jurisdictional corporate legal advisory, strategic advisory, investment advisory and documentation, contact management, regulatory compliance, and risk management. Surekha Rao has seamlessly navigated diverse sectors, including venture capital, equity, banking and financial services, general corporate and commercial, information technology, and real estate. Her vast experience testifies to her versatility and deep understanding of the intricacies within industry. I request our chairman to please invite today's speaker on stage, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, guys. Morning. I can't hear any.
He's getting the hand.
Oh, that's okay. So I understand that all of you have some ideas, brilliant ideas that you want to start some, startup and business. Congratulations on that. And wishing you good luck in the next steps that you have to follow at FKCCI. Now, once your company is incorporated, that is either an LLP, private limited company, or a partnership firm, there are certain compliances that you have to follow. And these are compliances which are applicable for all startups. And there are very specific regulations that are applicable to, let's say you're specializing into IT or food business or banking and financial institutions, then there are very, very specific regulations that apply for those kind of businesses. To begin with, I'll take you through the compliances which are applicable in general for all companies. Once the incorporation is done, you will get PAN and TAN along with the incorporation certificate. You need to get a trade license if you are dealing in products, which means if you are selling goods and you are storing it in a warehouse and buying and selling goods, then a trade license from a local municipal office is mandatory. Now, coming to Shops and Establishments Act. Now, in a Shops and Establishments Act, if you are a company, you are a shop, or you're doing some kind of business, you need a registration under Shops and Establishments Act, and every state has a specific act. So if your office is in Bangalore, for example, then you have to comply with Karnataka Shops and Establishments Act. And basically, these acts, they talk about how you deal with your employees in terms of working hours, holiday, leave. All these are captured in the act, and every act has a certain rules and certain notifications which are issued by the government from time to time. So you should take care of what are the latest information or notifications issued by the respective authority, and you need to proceed with that. I just spoke about Shops and Establishments Act, which talks about employees, leave, welfare, working hours, etc. Now, let's say your business requires you to set up a factory, which means you are manufacturing certain products. In that case, you need to register under the Factories Act. Now, can anyone tell me what is the difference between an employee and a workman? Anybody wants to give it a try? Anyone? I can see somebody raising hand. Go ahead. You're partly correct. Uh, that employees work with organizations and workers, they work for factories, but not necessarily daily wages, right? So what happens is the Factories Act and other labor law regulations, which are more than 40 labor law regulations that we have today in India, they take care of the workers. Basically, they ensure that they have, safety provisions made, their salaries or, wages are paid regularly, their working conditions are maintained well, especially women, they are taken care of, they have proper washrooms. There were days when people did not have the basic facilities and workers were asked to work non-stop for many hours. So these regulations actually makes it mandatory for the founder or the employer to provide some basic facilities and amenities to their employees. So the difference is if you are not setting up a factory and the employees or the workmen who are working for you are doing manual, repetitive kind of work, then they fall under the category of workmen. But who are in the supervisory managerial roles, they are the employees. So the government has uh, many regulations, as I said, to take care of these workmen. But as far as employees are concerned, it is more contractual in nature. What I mean by that is that when you're hiring employees, you there are like Shops and Establishments Act will give you a guideline on what should be the working hour, timing, leaves, etc. But your basic understanding or employment contract is going to determine your relationship with the employee. So it's very important that when you engage an employee, you have to jot down all the important terms and conditions in the employment contract or the appointment letter. But under Factories Act or under the labor laws, in those cases, it is the government that has determined what needs to be followed, how it needs to be followed. In addition to the Factories Act, there are, as I said, there are more than 40 regulations, but I have just listed a couple of them here. One is the Employment Provident Fund Act, where the government mandates that a portion of Provident Fund, a portion of the salary is deposited in the Provident Fund account so that at the time of retirement, the employee or the workman, they get benefited with that. An employee provident fund applies to both workmen and employees. Similarly, Maternity Benefit Act, it again helps the favors the women employee. Earlier, many years ago, women were asked to resign or they were terminated because they were on they asked for maternity leave. So in order to ensure that they should not be discriminated or they should not miss out a great opportunity, the government has come up with this act which ensures that a lady gets maternity benefit, gets paid salary for 26 weeks, and she can get back to work after that leave. And there are so many other benefits that are listed in the Maternity Benefit Act, which actually has been amended multiple times, and it's very favorable for women employees. This again is applicable for both workmen and for employees. POSH is a relatively recent enactment because there were many cases and incidents of sexual harassment at workplace. in order to prevent any such sexual harassment. This act was brought in, and it's a very powerful tool. Every organization, be it a small business or a large organization, they ought to have a IC committee within the organization with an external member as one of the members of the IC committee to make it neutral and independent. And they need to have a posh policy in place. And if any female faces any kind of harassment, any kind of sexual harassment, she will get remedy under this act. So this is one very important for businesses. So companies which have 10 or more employees have to comply with this regulation. ESI again is primarily meant for workmen. ESI is optional for smaller businesses where there are more than 10 employees. They can opt for it. And this ensures that the employees and workers get medical benefit from their salaries. A portion of it is deposited or collected towards the insurance benefits that they get in the event of some untoward incident or family emergencies. Next comes on data protection and privacy. You all must have come across the recent Data Protection Act, DPDP Act, which is very recent but not yet notified by the government. It's important that whether you are an IT company or doing business into IT, or you have any product, whatever be the case, if you are collecting data from public, from your customers or otherwise, then this is very, very crucial because it defines very clearly on what is data. And data, they have two different definitions. One is personal data and one is sensitive data. So if you're collecting personal data or sensitive data, what you collect, where you store, how you process it, whether you're allowed any third party to use this data, how they are processing these data, all these are explained in detail in the Data Privacy Act. And as an employer or as a founder, it is your responsibility that you comply with all of these. It is also mandatory for you to have a privacy policy which has to be uploaded on your website. And you should also have a grievance mechanism in place in case any of your customer or any person whose data you have collected and you have it, and if that person feels that his data has been misused in any way, he should have the opportunity to reach out to the grievance manager, and you will be asked to take appropriate action and rectify it based on what the situation is. Now, moving on to intellectual property protection. In today's world, if you want to run your business and keep it secure for a longer period of time, IP becomes a very, very important aspect in that. IP are broadly three categories. There are many more, but I'm limiting it to three important categories here. One is the trademark registration. It is important that your company has a brand name. If you want to grow your business, whether in India or abroad, it's important that people recognize your brand, the quality of the products and the design or whatever that you are selling. So it's important that you register your logo so that the recognition and recall becomes very easier. Depending on what kind of product or services you're providing, copyright and patent registrations are very, very important. And just by registering these trademark, patent or copyright is not enough. As an organization, you should have a IP strategy in place. One, you need to protect these by registering. That is the first step. Why registration? Probably you must be thinking, what happens if I don't register? You run the risk of some third party using your name or your product, or they may try to replicate your product and sell in the market. So in order to have a strong position in the market, you need to register. And that's not enough. Let's say your IPs are registered, they are secure, but you should ensure that when you have an agreement with your co-founder, you need to have these IP clauses very clearly mentioned in your shareholders agreement or founders agreement to make sure that the IP is not in an individual name, any of the founders' name, but it is assigned to the company. The IP necessarily should be in the name of the company, because in future, if you approach any investor for investment, the tendency of not investing in your company is very high if the IP is in the name of an individual. So once the IP is moved to the company's name, that is not enough. You need to protect your IP from your employees as well. Normally what happens, founders are so busy in manufacturing or creating a product and selling it and making it big, which is the right thing to do, but they tend to ignore certain very, very important points. For example, I've interacted with a client who had an IP, and it was an IP focused company. It was a startup, and he and his friend had set up this company. And what happened was, one person was focusing on developing the product, which is the IP. He was improving it. IP was not registered, and the other founder was into the market, reaching out to customer and selling the product. This went on for 2 years, and at the end of 2 years, the company realized that they are not able to make enough money. The customers reach out to them, they talk to the company, but they are not converting. And when they try to figure out where things are going wrong, they realize that one of the employees who has actually was a part of the core product team, who knows in and out of the product, has created another entity with somebody else. And whoever the customer was approaching this company for the product, he used to offer 20% less and move that customer to the other entity. And the company couldn't do much. They realized it too late. One, it was not registered. Two, there were no agreements that the employee had signed against whom they could take action. It was all open ended. So you should never do that. Every time you engage an employee, make sure that you have a employment contract or an appointment letter which clearly states that all the IP of the company belongs to the company, and any misuse of the IP by any of the employee, you will take serious action against them. Only then the courts will be able to help you out if you litigate. If there's nothing on paper, even the courts can't do anything, and you will kind of lose out on all the hard work that you have done in the last so many years. Not just employee, when it comes to IP, there are many times that the founders, they engage an agency who specialize in tech products. So they outsource it to an entity, asking them to develop a particular product or a particular application which will be integrated with your core product. When you do that, it is very important that you have an agreement in place which says that the agency which is going to work on this particular application or product is engaged as work for hire. This is very, very important. The language work for hire has to be there in the contract to ensure that all the IP that they create in the process belongs to the company, and the agency or their employees cannot claim any right in the intellectual property rights. This is another way of protecting your IP. So you need to have a strategy, make a strategy to ensure that you're protected from all sides, and this is not a one-time activity. Compliance, regulatory compliance, IP protection is an ongoing activity, and you need to revisit it every 3 months or every 6 months at least to ensure that you are protected from all angles. Now, depending on the nature of your business, let's say you are into textile business or you're into IT business, and whether you have a factory or not, all these regulations on environmental compliance will apply. So the objective of all these regulations are to ensure that you don't damage the environment in the process of doing business. So you need to ensure the air quality, water quality. If you're dealing with any hazardous stuff, hazardous substance, then how you, where you store them, how do you process it, where do you dispose. If you're dealing with hardware, then electronic waste, how do you dispose? There are detailed set of regulations for that. And you need to get an license from the pollution control board, depending on the location of your company, size of your company, and the core nature of business, on what actually you do, what you manufacture, and how you treat the products in your entity. Once these compliances are done, these are more in terms of setting up the business. So when you get started and your products are ready to be sold in the market, then these days, without marketing, it's very difficult to reach out to the customers. And with social media being very popular these days, advertising becomes a very, very important aspect. And ASCI is not a regulator like your SEBI, RBI, or FSSAI, or any such authority. It's more a self-regulatory body which ensures that the advertisements that you come up with are truthful, legal, fair, and are not misguiding. So basically, they issue guidelines from time to time, and all the entities are expected to comply with it. And if there is a deviation, or if there is a concern that they come across, they'll ensure and they write to that entity and make sure that these false claims are not made. Especially with these influencer marketing, it becomes all the more important, because there are influencers who come on social media and they make tall claims that this product will do magic, and this will do change your lifestyle, this will make you thin, you'll lose weight, and your diabetes will just disappear if you eat this atta. There are a lot of these false claims made by many companies so that they're able to sell their products in the market. So you should be aware of what are these guidelines. And when you engage a marketing agency or an influencer, you need to ensure that they have to comply with it. Now, these regulations are so vast, not just these, all the regulations that I spoke about. Each of them is, if I start explaining each of them, it'll take, it's a 1-day session for each of those topics. And as founders, it may not be practically possible for you to read through the entire lot. You need to engage experts who understand these regulations, who are able to interpret. But as founders, you should be aware of what are those, broadly, what are these regulations and what to look for. So when you talk about any regulation, there is an act, there is a rule associated with it, and there are notifications. So you should be aware of what's the latest on that particular aspect, and you need to ensure that the expert is giving you the right advice. Don't just blindly go ahead and do it based on what you read on Google or social media, because a lot of times people just write or capture their thoughts on social media, which may or may not be 100% correct, or it may not apply to you as an organization 100%. So one, you should be very aware of what's going on, and you should rely on experts in that particular field. Now, coming to specific sector-specific compliances. As I said earlier, IT Act is one such regulation which talks about IT rules, IT regulations on what your product should do, what you cannot do, how you need to do. In addition to that, It's good to get the recognition from the DPIIT as a startup, because you get some benefits in such as some tax exemptions, or patent filing is made easy because there are certain lawyers registered on their portal with whom you can connect with and get the registrations, IP registrations at a lesser fees. And these IT startups, this here again, data privacy becomes a very, very crucial aspect. And if you have your customers outside India, let's say somewhere in Europe, or a European is your customer, then by default GDPR is also applicable to you. So that again is a very, very elaborate process on, how you collect the data, how you process, how you deal with it. So each of these is a very, very detailed process, but you need to be aware of what are the regulations that are applicable. So GDPR is something, not necessary that you should have a business in Europe. Just because you have a customer who's an European is enough for GDPR to apply to your business. Now, there are a lot of agri-tech startups that we come across. So there's one interesting aspect called producer company. I don't know how many of you are aware of that. So this is under Companies Act, and you need to get a license or registration from the Companies Act by filing certain documents with the ROC. So it could be at least 10 or more individuals, or 2 or more institutions, or it could be a combination of both. So if you're dealing in agri products, or an example could be a dairy farmers uh, association. So earlier, in the absence of this producer company, uh, the farmers used to come together, form an association or a cooperative society. But now this makes it very easy for them to manage, because it's a combination of a private limited company along with a cooperative society with certain voting rights and obligations of the parties who have come forward to form this company. So this really benefits the farmers in, when they try to do some agri business collectively. So this is one important thing that you should consider if you are into agribusiness. And for trading of commodities, trading of your products, agri products, there are many regulations such as APMC Act, the pricing, at what price you can sell, at what price you can buy, from where to buy. There are some mandis government has created. So how you do that, all that you'll have to comply with based on what product you deal with, where you're located. And these days we also see a lot of drones are used in agriculture. And the geospatial guidelines generally is very helpful and necessary if you're dealing with mapping certain areas, or trying to understand the depth of the water bodies and things like that. It really helps in monitoring your crop yield forecasting, resource management, etc. But there's a national geospatial policy which you will have to be aware of. Under that policy, the data that you collect is owned by the government, and there are certain things that you're allowed to do and certain things you're not allowed to do, given the risk of letting anybody get the geospatial data. So make use of that for your agri-tech companies, because there are severe penalties also if you are not complying with these regulations. Severe penalties could be imposed on your company. So this is something very important if you're into agri-tech. Now, if the companies are into food space, And when I say food, it could be, manufacturing or making, it could be as simple as baking a bread, cake, or any snacks or any other food product. Then these registrations, you need to obtain FSSAI license. So if you're selling your products in a particular state, then only a state license is enough. But if your turnover is more than 20 crore and you're present in multiple states, in that case, you need to have a central license. So basically, these regulations, there are many, many, many regulations under FSSAI. It basically, the objective of FSSAI and the regulations are to ensure that the product quality is good, you follow good manufacturing practices, you maintain hygiene, and you're very transparent when it comes to communicating with your customers in terms of what does your product contain, what are the ingredients, in what proportion have you used certain things, whether it's protein, carbohydrate, or fat. All of that has to be very clearly mentioned. The labeling has to be in a certain fashion. So you have to be very clear, you in the labeling, in including of ingredients and all of that has to be mentioned very, very clearly. And there are QR codes and all that traceability features in each of these regulations. They have defined all that. So if it is applicable for your business, you need to comply with all of those. So these are some more regulations which relate to food business. In terms of, you must be aware recently the orange color was banned because a lot of these small time hotels, they were using an orange color which was adulterated. They were using it for gobi manchuri, and that was banned some time ago, asking them not to use that. So there are so many substances that are preservatives and substances which are banned, and all these are regulated by uh, FSSAI, and you need to be aware of what is allowed, what is not allowed, and what proportion it is allowed. That's also very important. So if you have a small manufacturing unit, you need to maintain hygiene, and the regulator regularly conducts audit to ensure that the hygiene and quality is maintained well. There's another regulation called Food Prevention of Food Adulteration Act. This also ensures that the food or the products that you sell are not adulterated. The ingredients are good. But unfortunately, having all these provisions in place, the challenge here is on the execution part of it. And the government can do only to an extent in keeping a tab on what people do. But as founders, I think it is each one's responsibility to ensure that you as a founder comply with all these regulations and follow the rules to the extent possible, so that it's your responsibility also, not just the government's, to ensure that your consumers are benefited and they get a safe and proper food. So my presentation is over. I just wanted to share a couple of live instances that I have come across during my consulting business. There was one entity which had the IP. It was again an IP focused entity based in Bangalore, and they wanted funds to grow their business. And in that, what do you say, anxiety of raising funds, they signed up with a Japanese entity who agreed to fund only 50 lakhs. I'm saying only 50 lakhs because this startup, the founders agreed to give them the ownership of 50% of their IP, which is not a great idea. I know for running a company, funds are very important, but you should be aware of what you're compromising on in order to get the funds. 50% of IP ownership is a lot. because that's what will actually bring in money after a certain while. So you need to be very careful in what you bargain in the process. Second instance is the founders were very busy building the product, selling it, getting funds, and all that, that they missed the GST filing, and they missed it for quite a long time. It so happened that finally, when they found the investor did a due diligence, and they said because the GST is not filed, the penalty itself was almost 80% of the funding that the company was getting. And the investor backed out, saying that I am not willing to pay you money so that you use that money for compliance, get everything sorted, and then come to me. And the company did not have the money because the penalties are really huge and it keeps accumulating over a period of time. So these are smaller issues. It appears to be a smaller issue as founders when your focus is only on the product or services and growing the business, but these non compliances will kind of pull you down big time if you don't take it very seriously. And this again is not a one time activity. You have to be on top of things every day. There is something new, there is something, there is an amendment, there is a new requirement, regulations keep changing. So you have to be aware and you have to be compliant throughout. It's very difficult to undo the damage after a certain period of time. So as founders, it's very important that you are aware of what these regulations are, what these compliances are, and you should make it a habit that you comply with it on a day-to-day basis and not get on to it when you are in deep trouble. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Questions, please. Any online questions? Any online questions?
Hello, ma'am. When we talk about authenticity and the uniqueness, when it comes to IB especially, there can be a conflict or there will be a conflict with GI tagged products, especially when we go with Patachitra paintings or Indian heritage products. How do we deal with it? And for a new startup, how does a founder look into these topics? And also, second question, as a legal student, when it comes to the startup, when we all check through every law, everything, but yet we miss to them. And also when it comes to the industrial policy or Atmanirbhar Bharat, with this legal tactics, how we can sustain and how it is possible for a startup not going to this burnout, especially.
Yeah. To answer your first question, the traditional art or traditional stuff that you mentioned, they have certain registrations already done. You can make use of it, especially when it comes to copyright. It's not. It's the expression that you can copyright. So, which means if there is a Patachitra or any other item which is already registered, but on how you express it, if you are trying to use it in a different way, then it is allowed. But you can't copy exactly what is available and sell it. That is restricted. So, depending on where you are, how you're using it, for what purpose, what modifications, or how creatively you're using the existing traditional art would depend on that, and your registration or IP protection would depend on all these factors. Coming to second question, keeping track of regulations and compliances, like you said, founders will get, it's too hectic for a founder to do it. Trust me, as a lawyer with 25 years of experience, it's a full-time job for me. I get worked up because there are too many things, because every sector, every regulator comes up with notifications and circulars on a daily basis. So to keep track of those and inform the client on a regular basis is in itself a big task. So as founders, it is impossible for you to keep track of every detail. So the best way is to engage an expert who will keep giving you updates on a regular basis, who will manage it. But as founders, you should be aware of the broad framework on what is needed. What regulations are applicable for your business, you should be aware. But in that particular regulations, what does a particular section say? What does a particular rule say? What is the form that you need to file? What is the format of that particular form? You can't get into that level of detailing. You will be required to depend on an expert for this, because your core area is to run the business and legal and compliance is just one small part. You have finance, you have marketing, you have product development, and so many other things to comply with, right? So basic knowledge is necessary, but 100%, you can't get in 100% into it. That's not possible. Any other questions?
No other questions? I think online also it's none. Then we can wrap it here. Thank you. Thank you so much, madam. It's actually a very delightful and mindful session, actually, because it's not every day that we get to know that there is 40 plus labor laws in India, and what are the importance of intellectual property rights, or the data protection, privacy policy, or your advertisement, various sectors. I think it was really, really very good session for our young mindful students. Actually, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being a patient listener. Thank you.
I request our chairman to please honor our speaker for the day. Yeah, sir. Vincent, this is up on stage, please. Rahul, sir, please. Yeah, please come. So let's move on to our next session. We have business plan, a tool for good communication by our own Manthan committee member, CA Shubha Ganesh. CA Shubha Ganesh is a fellow chartered accountant with a postgraduate diploma in equity research and nearly 30 years experience in financial sector. She is a managing director of X2A Software Private Limited, a fintech company which has a built customizable AI platform Wealth 42. The platform helps people to make global based financial planning. She is an independent director, L-Forge Limited. L-Forge is engaged in the business of manufacturing rough steel forgings, that is, fuel injection forgings, steel rods, tie rods, engine and gearboxes, starter items, etc. for automobile industry. The company exports its products to US, China, etc. She is also founder of Money Shiksha, a financial literacy venture for empowering retail investors to manage their investment. She is a freelance columnist, Economic Times with 500 articles, for empowering retail investors to manage their investment. She was a guest faculty in premier institute like IIM Bangalore, IIM Udaipur, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and Institute of Company Secretaries of India. Thank you, Shiva, for taking a session today. Over to you now.
Good morning to all of you. And first of all, I would like to thank the management committee of Manthan for inviting me to speak to all of you regarding business plan today. So under the leadership of Tejashri, we have almost 550 business plans. So you have 549 competitors. How do you like that? So here I am here to talk to you about business plan. And I'm sure all of you have submitted synopsis of business plan. Yes, no? Yeah. After that, we have sent you a PPT regarding how the business plan should be, in what format. And also, I think all of you have submitted the business plan, what do you call PPT, right? So the question then comes, so the business plan PPT which you submitted covered most of this, right? There was a vision statement, your problem statement, what is the solution you're offering to people, the product, okay, market size, financials, who's your competition, and business model, right? What is the business model you've chosen? So while you were making this document, did you all think, why am I doing it? Anybody would like to answer? I think we'll make it more proactive. If anybody wants a mic, we can give it. Why did you do this business plan? Anyone? Question of why? Yeah, please. No, I didn't get it. Sorry.
A sequential plan to grow up.
A sequence, you're planning to grow up and hence you submitted the business plan. Am I right? Okay. Anybody else? Any other answers? Yeah, the lady here.
To be able to convey what ideas we have in mind efficiently and in order to be able to compete with the others as well through the expression of ideas.
Yeah, give her a big hand. She's there almost. Yes. The reason you have submitted the business plan here to FKCCI is because you are in a competition. You want to be better than the other 549 business plan to move to round 2. And also probably you're here to get funding, to look for people who will look to fund your business plan, probably for some connects to VCs, so on and so forth. So the idea, what I'm trying to convey is your business plan is a tool to communicate to people different things. If you present your business plan to your professor, who's under the same department, probably in whatever idea you've presented, you're trying to probably validate. That would be different from presenting the same business plan here. Here you're trying to appeal to the jury so that your business plan is coming out better than most of them. A jury is sitting and validating 550 business plans. Out of that, yours have to stand out to be better. Yes or no? Will the jury pick up your business plan if your business plan doesn't stand out? No. So the target, the goal, the reason why you're submitting the business plan here is that your business plan has to stand out more than all other business plans which you have submitted. Only then you're going to move to round 2. Like I was explaining, if you're submitting your business plan to your professor, probably you're validating your idea. If you're submitting your business plan to a mentor, probably you're looking at help from various sources. Or if you're discussing your business plan with VCs, you're looking at funding. If you're discussing your business plan with, say, customers, that this is my idea, this is what I want to do, you're looking for probably validation to better your business plan. So the idea, what I'm trying to explain here is why you're doing it. What is the idea behind doing your business plan? Now that I've explained to you, do you think you've submitted the best business plan? Do you think yours will be so better, so much better than others that you'll move to round 2? Think about it, right? You still have time before the jury round. So you have to think, why did I do it? For what purpose did I do it? And if I'm saying it's a communication tool, have you used it in a right way to communicate to that audience? Remember, the audience changes. It could be different stakeholders every time. But who's the stakeholder now? And for whom you are addressing your business plan. So the question is, to whom I'm doing it and why am I doing it? So these are the 2 questions. If you're able to answer, then probably your business plan shape or what you have written may change drastically. Think about it, okay? So you're also writing what is the problem you're trying to solve. I think that was given in the PPT straight away, right? What is the problem I'm going to solve? What is the solution I'm offering? See, these are the questions. Who's my customer? And what is your value proposition which you're doing? How different is your value proposition compared to what is existing already? Is it an improvement on the existing idea? Supposing I'm offering EV cars. Is it an improvement on an existing idea? Or is it drastically different? So that is a question you're going to answer. If it is drastically different, then probably it's something more. And if it is just an addition, because Olas already exist, they already offer a car. An EV car is sort of an addition to the existing car. So it's an additional thing. So the difference is the jury is looking for something innovative, something different, something which will probably impact a lot of people and create something better for what is existing already. So please examine whatever you're offering to the jury. Is it different? Is it better? Is it going to make the world better? Is it offering a better solution than what is existing already? These are the questions, again, you answer yourself before going to the jury. Because there, unless you are able to answer quickly and straightly, you're not going to be seen as one of the best competitors, right? So what is the value proposition? How am I going to make money? Finally, all businesses have to make money. You probably want to make money after some time or immediately. That's a different thing, but somewhere down the line. So your numbers have to reflect correctly. How am I going to make money? And what is your ask? Anybody wants to reply to that? What is my ask means what? What is the money I'm asking from the investors? What do I want from investors so that I can run my business successfully? And why now? Why the idea should be implemented now? Why it can't be implemented after 5 years? Or why was it not implemented somewhere before? There is always a timing. There are some pioneers who are not successful because they came before time. And there are some plans which probably will be more successful when it is implemented after some time. So which is your idea? You should think on these lines too, in case you want to communicate better. So these are the questions I was asking. What is your goal? What do you want from the jury? What do you want from the jury when you're presenting? Yeah? Do you want anything from the jury? No. You just want to come present and go be happy. Yes, you wanted to say something. You want money. Money is not from the jury, right? Money is from probably the VC or the angels, right? From jury, you just want to go to the next round. There are 2, 3 rounds here, right? Tomorrow or whenever the next event happens, next jury round happens, you just want to qualify so that you move to the next round. So that is what you want. What is your goal? What is your goal here? Do you have a goal? When you came to Manthan, did you have a goal? Yes. What is the goal? Win the competition. Am I right? So go back, look at your business plan. Is it worth winning? Look at it again. Have I presented the best which I can do? Can I improve upon it? Can I say whatever I want to say better? How will I reach to the jury in such a way that I go to the next round? So these are the questions you have to ask yourself. So you're looking at an investor or a jury, investor for money, jury so that go to the next round. You're looking, why are you communicating? I think we discussed on that for some time. What do you want from this Manthan and what is your final goal? So these are the things which your business plan has to clearly say, and you have to use the business plan as a proper means of communication so that you can reach to the jury well. So what are the key elements which are required? Clarity and conciseness, sorry. It has to be very clear. Anybody who wants to share their vision statement here, or you want to still be a secret? We can discuss it and do it. And avoid, so when you want to be concise, means you want to be precise. We'll go in detail to explain what is concise and why clarity is required. When you say avoid jargon, don't use the lingos which probably use in the college. Jury are of a different age group and they probably will not understand your lingo. And if you go too technical in your business plan, supposing yours is an agriculture business plan, if you're talking about some terms in agricultural language, will the jury understand? So avoid jargon, avoid the language which you think the jury will not understand. Yes, the jury is divided sector-wise, so you will get sector experts who will understand your business plan and the idea which you're proposing. But to avoid jargon, which probably you use in college, will help you communicate better. So compelling narrative. Can we tell a story? Can we tell why this idea was created and why this idea can be a great idea forward? Right? One thing which I have been jury of Manthan programs in the past. When we come across students, it is always like, I am Prakash, then one more person comes, I am Tejas, one more person comes, I am XYZ. If you're given 10 minutes, do you want to spend time introducing the whole team? Or do you want to use that time in projecting your idea better? Make the jury understand your idea better, right? Your team slides are already there. They know who's the team member. So choose a team member who can speak well, who can communicate better. Remember, talking to jury is all about good communication. So which team member can talk about it better? Please practice. You have only probably 10 minutes. How many minutes will be communicated? Because initial rounds, you're given more time, 7 minutes, 5 minutes. Towards the end, it becomes a 2-minute pitch. Okay, can you communicate your idea in 2 minutes? So please practice. Whoever is speaking has to be having clarity on what are you talking to the jury and how you're going to present your business plan. So compelling narrative. Okay, and the narrative, when I say compelling narrative, the jury should feel your idea is so good that they want to select, right? That is about convincing them why you chose this idea and why you feel this idea will be successful if you get the funding and if we implement the plan. Okay. So then, strong evidence. I'll give you an example here. When I was judging a business plan, there was a plan about something regarding blind people. They said we have 4,556 crores blind. For a minute, I was like, okay, this large blind population. Then I went back and searched. Our population in India is 144 crores. Then how can you have blind of 4,300 and or whatever number of crores? So idea goes out the minute that happens. Right? So I'm sure that child had misunderstood millions and crores and thousands. It is a data error. Okay. It was not I'm sure they have researched well. They would have probably found that we have 4,500 and thousands of blind or millions of blind, and which was converted into crores. There's always an error in representing in dollars. There is a fancy thing to represent the ask in dollars. But do you convert dollar and rupee properly? Do you convert million and crores properly? This kind of errors can occur, and your business plan is shot out the first minute. When somebody comes and tell me that there are 4,300 and whatever number of crores blinds in the country and I'm going to solve the problem, I'll say, boss, we have only 144 crores of people, and where the blinds became more. Even globally, if I look at it, your numbers may not match. So data should be precise. You should be able to convince the jury. If they ask you questions, no, I have got the right data. My data source is XYZ. I got it from IMF data. I got it from World Bank data. I got it. You should have your sources ready. You may not have put it in the PPT, but you have the sources ready in front of you to tell madam or sir, whoever was the jury, that sir, I got this data from World Bank, and this is this is the link, this is the source, and hence I took this data. Okay, so that much precise information is required from your business plan. Professional presentation. How many of you have already presented professionally? How many of you all have just done one, whatever slide they sent, you put some data into it and sent it back to us? Go back, think. Okay, still have time. Before the jury round, make sure your presentation is professional. Each slide you spend some time to make it correct. Whatever data is there on each of the slides is accurate, and whatever you're trying to communicate is good. Tailoring to the audience, I think I have already touched upon it, that we have spoken quite a bit on it. Okay, so let's get into the details. So your business plan should be visually compelling, audience-centric, factual, concise. Be to the point. Don't amble around the point. It should be time-bound, or they have given you the time. Please practice. Make sure which of you is going to speak. If 2 of you want to speak, it's okay. 3 of you want to speak, it's okay. But you have to communicate all of it in that time given to you and given all the data. Don't get stuck in slide 1. You have to reach till slide whatever you have prepared. So if you spend more time in one slide, you won't be communicating all of it to the jury. Okay? And dynamic. Okay. So this, we shall go again into this. That's why I brought this slide again. So we are looking at vision. These are the few vision statements I have brought. Let's read it one by one and understand what it is. First one says to become the global leader in advanced detection technology, driving innovation, sustainability in river and ocean management for the benefit of society and environment. what is this all about? Have you all understood what the product would be? Anybody? Okay, let's move on to the second one. To enable people to successfully navigate job market, advance their careers, especially those in IT industry, said the second one. These are some examples I have brought. Third one says to provide access to world information in one click. Which one? SEO. Okay. Fourth one, to bring inspiration, innovation to every athlete in the world. So which one is good? Which one is giving all what I told you? Factual, precise, concise, give you the details of the product quickly and clearly. Third and fourth. Right? Because third and fourth is Google and Nike. First and second is sample business plans from 2023. So are you like the third and fourth? Are you precise? Are you clear? Are you giving the communication? Please remember, again, I'm precisely coming back. Are you communicating properly? When they say number 3, to provide access to world information in one click, Google, have they got it right? So have you got it right? Next question. Go back, think. Okay. And again, to bring inspiration, innovation to every athlete in the world, has Nike got it right? Okay, I think Google is better than Nike in that. But see, and it is only a few words. It's not rambling around. Look at the first one. I still don't have an idea what they're doing. Okay, I'm sure they are into ocean, river, maybe something to do with AI in ocean probably. But then I'm guessing. As a jury, I'm still guessing. So can your vision statement be such that in matter of 5, 10, maximum 15 words, I'm able to tell the jury that this is my product and this is my solution? A vision statement talks about that. Not exact product solution, talks about how you want to solve the problem for the world. Okay, so this is it. So vision statement clear? Anybody wants to discuss more on this? Okay, so let's move. Problem statement. Again, I've just brought a few examples to show you how it should be done and how it should not be done. That's about it. Okay. So the one more. So here I've got a problem statement from one of the many business plans we received. It says many people suffer from nutritional deficiencies due to inadequate intake of essential nutrients. Jackfruit seeds are rich source of protein, dietary fiber, minerals such as potassium, calcium, and iron. By incorporating this into cookies, we can enhance the nutritional value of the snack and provide consumers with a convenient and tasty way to increase the nutritional intake. This is also wasted. Okay, jackfruit trees are often discarded as waste despite their nutritional value. By utilizing these tree seeds in cookie production, we can contribute to reducing food waste and promoting sustainability in food production. Any feedback on this? Huh? Too much data. He started with too much jargon, but continuing with too much data. Okay. So but I think the goal was lofty. You want to use jackfruit seeds, you want to incorporate in cookies probably, and make cookies which are healthy for the audience, plus, you're reducing waste. Okay, let's move on. I have taken this as an example how you should make it and reduce it in such a way that it is easy to be concise. Again, one problem statement says the video rental industry has a categorically broken distribution model when the delivery of the video-based content to the consumers. Okay, and the same problem statement is stated as going to video store is a pain. I can state it like that also. Okay, the third way of stating it is going to the video store requires fighting traffic, wandering the aisles, and waiting in a long line just to get a single movie. So which of the three sounds better? Because remember, all your problem statements can be stated in different way. The idea is to communicate in the best way possible, right? Which of the three you think is doing it better? Third one. All of you say third one? Yeah? Okay, good. We are in sync. That's nice. So the solution, this is all about Netflix. Okay. So what was the solution Netflix is talking? Netflix allows anyone to enjoy thousands of titles streamed directly to their home or delivered in their mailbox. Okay. So what is the goal here? Can you make your business plan problem statement and solution statement like 3 and solution here? Is it possible? Okay. So if you do so, you're able to convince your jury better. So what does this problem statement and solution statement do? It pinpoints the real issue that people, businesses are facing and that you're planning to solve for them. What is the solution have you come up to solve for them problem? And what is the value proposition you're delivering for the customer? Is the solution saving time or money? In case of Netflix, what was it trying to save? Time or money? Or both? Yeah? Or both, right? So can you also do that? What is your problem trying to, what is your solution offering? Is it trying to save time? Is it trying to save money? Or both, right? Next, I'll move to market research, market sizing. I think all of you have written about TAM, SOM, SAM in your business plan, yes or no? Most of you, yes, all of them do it. Potential addressable market, total addressable market or total available market, serviceable market, and obtainable market. How do you arrive at this? Most of you get a number from some place, some website, say, okay, we have so many blinds in the country. Out of that, so many are in Bangalore, and then hence I will be addressing so many. This is the numbers most of you arrive at. Okay, and this is an example from a business plan, probably long ago, which I was a jury for. Okay, it says the estimated total market demand for traditional cookies, nutritional cookies, encompassing all potential customers, identify specific segments, demographics within TAM that your product targets, determining the percentage of SAM. This is what it was. Is there a number here? What did you identify in this? That this is my total market size. This is not how you're supposed to do it, right? So this, let's look at this. This is for EV battery design, optimizing. So they have looked at total global expenditure on EV battery design, which is 5% of battery size market. That is the total available market. Okay, serviceable market is share of the burden controlled by major manufacturers, and obtainable market is only 5% of that. Can you go and obtain 50% of the market? You can't. You're a small startup. Okay, so market research is not a 5-minute job. You have to really sit, Google, find the data, and put the numbers in to find out what is your market size. So, and remember, the addressable final market is only very small. It will be 5%, 10% of the total available market. Okay. Again, from the same business plan, this is how they targeted the customer or the competition. Our target audience, B2B, school, brand promotion, I'll do, app promotion, I'll do, current status, executed, And they said executed. I don't know what was executed in that. That was the last line in the slide. So does this talk about the customer you have or you will have? When you're talking of the customer, you should visualize who's your customer, the audience, whom are you going to? Before going to Tam, Som, Sam, first visualize who's your customer and then Google who's the Tam, Som for that particular category of customer. Look at this. This is how you have to segment your customer. You're looking at 15 to 55-year-old. You're looking at a man, woman, or child, or whatever. You're looking whether, if you're selling sports drinks, are you looking at sports enthusiasts? Or if you're addressing sick people, then you're looking how many is percentage of people who are sick? High income group, low income group, middle income group. You're looking whether I'm addressing an urban area or international area. You also look at what is the lifestyle, personality, activities, opinion, interests. How frequently will they buy my product? Are they going to buy every month, every year, or once for a lifetime? Okay. And what is the loyalty towards you? This is how Nike has segmented the customer and found out who is the customer. Hence, how many such customers exist? If we have 144 crores population, what are the number which is falling in this age group? Who's a male, who's a female, who's high income? Nobody can afford. Only high income can afford a Nike shoe. Who fall under the high income category? Who will buy my shoe in the frequency of once in 3 years or once in 2 years? Then if you do this exercise correctly, you will get your market size correct, your numbers correct. Why this is important to get a proper number of how many will buy my product? One answer from anybody. Why this number is important? That I'm going to sell 1,000 a year, 1,000 every year for 3 years, 1,000 first year, 2,000 second year, 3,000 third year. Why this number is important? Not the correct answer. Yes. Practicality of, okay, here. Project our revenue. Big hand for him. How can you determine your financials if I don't know how many I'm selling? I'm a CA, remember? So I'll somehow go back to financials. How do you know what is your revenue? Remember, from your revenue flows cost, from your cost flows profit, from your profit, there's where it's the starting point for everything. If I have the precise number I'm able to sell, then I'm able to project my revenue, then I'm able to project my cost, my expenses, build my balance sheet, build my cash flow statement, understand my profitability, and also understand my ask. So this number is important, and year after year in business plan after business plan, all of you are pretty muddled about it. And I'm trying to help you here that there is a precise way to go about it, and please understand this is how you have to go. Okay. So we'll move on to financial plan, which is required in the business plan. 3 questions your financial plan has to answer. How will your business make money? That's what profit and loss account says, from revenue. What does your business need to? That is the ask. And what are the business financial projections? I have not brought any examples of business plans of students, but if you are clear about what is this talks about a setup cost in a restaurant business. What is the initial expenses to be incurred if I'm starting a restaurant business? Do your business plan have this kind of clarity? That this will be my rent, my security deposit, first month rent, utility bill for first rent, What is my kitchen equipment costs? What is a table, furniture, utensils, plates, spoons, inventory, food, beverage, employees, who will I employ? One cook, one waiter, one cleaner. I'll have some miscellaneous costs. So you have to have this kind of detailed understanding of numbers. Here I've even put billing license, tally or whatever you require for running the whole thing. So this is how I worked at the numbers of what I would call as setup cost. This is the operational expenses for 1 year. If you have this correct, you can build your cash flow statement based on what is your revenue, which you're projected for this year, next year, so on and so forth. So in this, I have included all the expenses which I will incur in a year to run the whole business. Okay. So I categorized it at two different ones, which is the initial cost and the running cost. The running cost will change marginally based on my revenue. As my revenue grows, my running cost will grow. So you should be able to peg your running cost to the number of items sold. If I'm selling more, how it increases, how if I sell less, how it decreases. Okay, so that has to be understood. Once you have this correct, this is very easy to figure out. What is the ask? What is the capital needed? Because I have so much running cost and so much initial cost. You could project the running cost for 3 years and you could project the initial cost and arrive at what is my ask or what is the capital required. Here I've put it only for a year. So I've put a setup cost, operational cost, total. I've added a buffer of 20%. And capital required is rounded off here. Now, if you don't have your number of revenue correctly, if you suddenly ask for this business, if you go to a VC and say, I want 1 crore, the VC will say, I can run it in 25 lakhs. Why do you need 1 crore? Getting the number right is important because VCs knows more than you. They have seen more restaurant businesses than we have seen. Okay, so they know the cost incurred at each stage and hence understand costing better. This is a new concept which I'm bringing in, which is just for your understanding, which is called the burn rate. If I have 25 lakhs, which I'm asking for, how long that money will run? Based on my total expenses for month, the revenue earned for a month, this will run only for 21 months. Okay. We can give you the slides for you to understand it later. That's not an issue. So if I'm going to run a restaurant business with the numbers I have worked out, my ability to run this business without additional money coming in is only 21 months. Then you'll have to go back and think, am I in a position to run back to the VC in 21 months and ask for money again? Or can I ask money for, say, 5 years or 3 years? Then I'll have to ask more. Have you all understood what I'm trying to explain? As a promoter, you have a job of going to the VC to run and ask for money. You have to run your own business. You have to do so many things. So if you're serious, you will probably look at, okay, I want to go to the VC again after X time. And hence, in the first round, I'll raise money for this money expenses. This is just for theoretical knowledge. It's not part of your business plan. I just wanted you to understand this concept. Okay. So that's about my presentation. We are open to questions. Any questions on presentation or anything else regarding, since I'm the committee member and I've been in this committee for more than 8-9 years. If you have any doubts about business plan or about anything, please go ahead and ask.
Well, hello, ma'am. I had a question regarding the SAM and the SOM actually.
Yeah.
The slide that you presented, was it the right one or was it the error slide? Like you were trying to teach us what the mistake was.
I'm talking the one from a business.
Yes, yes.
Wait. This one?
Yes, ma'am. The next one.
This one?
No, the next one, the graph.
This
Yeah.
one?
Yes. Is this a right slide or you're just teaching us if there's a
So
mistake or
this
not?
is how you can present it, is what I'm saying.
Okay, the values, ma'am.
Because
I had the
the
question.
value probably, yeah, because the last one says again billion. Am I right? That one.
Yes.
I knew. I
That
knew
is.
that was because there it is written million.
Yeah, exactly.
Here it is again written billion. I know. I found that when I looked at the slide. But no, what I got in a business plan was this. There were no numbers.
And one more question, ma'am.
Yeah.
How do you evaluate a company, ma'am? Like the factors, the main factors of evaluating a company.
What size of a company, that makes a difference. When we are evaluating as a, say, CA professional, we look at already existing companies. We look at, supposing it's a listed company, we look at what is the market value of that company.
Okay, ma'am.
And then compare it.
Can you explain it with an example? Like, say for Nike, as you take. If I'm going to start a shoe company again, how would you evaluate my idea and what are the basis for it?
See, when you're a startup and a shoe company, I won't evaluate you with Nike.
Yeah.
Because the size is totally different. Right? So at your stage of business plan, it is the promoter whom you're looking at. It is never, it's the idea. And is the person, is he capable of doing it? Because you don't have any numbers. You don't have any revenue. You don't have any, anything numbers to based on, no profitability, nothing. It's just an idea. And it is the person who's presenting the idea. So if you look at any VC at an early stage, seed funding or funding at your stage, it is definitely only the idea and the promoter's capability of executing the idea. That's all we are looking at that stage. Because there's no numbers to base you on. When you look at a larger company, when I say listed companies, then you have a track record of what was the revenue for so many number of years. And hence you're able to evaluate, okay, this is how they will grow in the future. Because in the last 5-6 years, they have grown like this. And then we can do some valuation based on comparable company or growth based on so much. Those kind of DCF valuation. Those kind of valuations can be done based on that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes.
Hi, ma'am. Naman here.
Yeah.
Ma'am, as you said that you have so many business ideas in a competition, 549 approx. So a general basic business plan would be same. You you would say a problem solution. The slides would go same, right? So how would you be that 1% different from other business plans so that jury members are impressed and they get more convinced by your ideas rather than the others? Because as you have so many business plans, how are you being different from others? What's the basic 1% of step to be different from others? Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. First is, of course, the slides which you're bringing up. So it has to be visually appealing. See, most of the business plans supplied, given is blank. I think many of you still have whatever format we gave, you just submitted back blank. No visuals, no background, so on. That is one part. The main thing is your idea. Is your idea innovative? I have explained. Please remember the difference. Okay, let me answer your question before I go there. Is your idea very innovative? Is the solution which you're bringing is the best solution for that idea? There could be many solutions, but is your solution good? And your ability to communicate. Again, the reason I bought this session today is how are you communicating to the jury? The idea has to be good. The solution has to be good. Your ability to convince the jury has to be good. And all other points like visually appealing, all that included.
So, ma'am, you're saying that the business idea is as important as
the most important.
Yeah. So most important as the person who is presenting it to.
Yes. That, because remember, when I answering to his question, the person at this stage, you don't have any revenue, anything. So your ability to say to the jury, I can run this idea, just give me money and show. I will show you in 3 years, this is the state of this product. So are you able to convince the jury like that? That this is the brilliant idea and my idea is the best. And hence, if I just had the money, the world will be different from what it is today. That's much convincing.
Just
yes.
one last thing, ma'am. Ma'am, if you were an investor and if you're seeing a pitch, ma'am, and if you're little unconvinced with the idea, but you think that that person is very convincing and is very confident with his work and is capable of doing things, would you bet on that person, or because the idea is little unconvinced, you wouldn't invest in that idea?
In a competition, it is different. But if I'm meeting a person other than the competition, then we will probably suggest that why don't you make the idea this way? There are enough mentors, we see angels who sit with the startup person, who sit with the promoter and change the idea totally. Remember, the idea which you bring with today will never be the idea after 3 years. It would have pivoted and changed totally. And why we are taking all this effort to teach you is not because of this idea which you brought today. The learnings which you have probably will be successful in the third or the fourth idea, which you will probably float after few years. That is how has been our experience. That most of the people who come here with the first idea are not always successful. It is always pivoted, changed, but they have run. I think all of you have met so many successful, or rather, we have introduced you to so many successful student promoters from our who have been successful through Manthan, and they all have pivoted on the way. So, and have changed, because so many mentors are associated with you, will give you, okay, if you do it this way, it may be slightly better. If you change the idea product from say stainless steel to brass, it may be better. So these kind of suggestions will come along the way to make you a better person. So that's why your passion, which I have also mentioned earlier, is extremely important. Yeah,
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, firstly, can you go to the problem statement slide of the jackfruit cookies one?
Yeah. By the way, you have got an excellent sessions coming post tea or break. I think we have got a tea break now. This one?
Yes, ma'am. So, like, as a part of jury, what would you prefer as a good problem statement in this? Because if you ask me, problem statement is like a initial advertisement. So if a jury or anyone who is going through the PPT or the presentation, if they are not getting related to the problem statement, like now, as you have mentioned.
Okay, just stop here. Anybody wants to say anything about this problem statement? I will discuss it. I'm going through a discussion route. Yeah, instead of me giving the answer. What you think is a problem in this problem statement? Anybody? Give her the...
not visually appealing. You can put calcium, iron.
Okay.
You can put
not visually appealing. That lady wants to say something. Not visually appealing. Okay. Yeah. All of you, it's compulsory to stay. We are having a break now for tea or whatever, 10 minutes. Post that, you've got fantastic sessions. Please stay.
It's too much, actually.
It's too much.
So
that
when,
also.
actually, the next slide is proper, structured. It's not structured.
This is not structured. See, the enthusiasm to convince that I can save the world, I can save the jackfruit, I can make cookies, I'm saving wastage. Yes, there are many goals. But which is your main goal? Is cookie the main goal or saving the planet the main goal? Right? So be specific. There are some products which are so useful. I think the winner last year or year before was a person who made cocoa peat from corn cobs. Corn cobs are wasted, right? They tried to make peat out of that, and that was a big environment saving, no doubt. But then was your goal? Your goal was making peat or saving environment. So that has to come through with clarity. So this was too much of text. A jury who's sitting in front of you for 10 minutes, will we be able to read this much text? Okay, you're speaking on top of it. He's also reading. He's also talking. He's also listening to you. So what do you want him to do? Can you control that? Can you control what the jury wants to see? Yes, I can. By putting the right amount in the slide, by talking the right amount when I speak to the jury, I can control my message. That's why I told it's communication. Okay? Does that answer? To
it. The Netflix one is like properly arranged, because even if I read it, okay, that makes a sense. It makes some sense.
Link to, there is some video thingy, there is some problem solving thingy, and there is some what is the way I'm going to see the movie, right? The statement itself tell. Here, if the cookie lady had told me that I'm going to use jackfruit because it's so good for health in my cookies, great. By the way, I save environment. Okay? But the target here was cookies and nutrition. So there are four messages actually. It's a great idea. See, idea-wise, there was nothing wrong. Probably she has progressed many rounds. I don't know. I not want to speculate on that. What I'm saying is having nutritionally beneficial things in cookie is a great idea. Saving what was just used as wastage, which is thrown away, is a great idea. But it was not phrased very effectively. The storytelling was not to the point.
Ma'am, and like one more thing, when we are presenting it to jury or like any panel, let it be like inside Manthan or outside Manthan, like how, like what would be a better approach? Like treating them as a customer, so that like anyways as a business we have to convince customers. So will it be a good way to target in a very similar way, like convincing the jury in the idea, then going with the numbers, or a business oriented presentation?
See, that's why I'm saying that your business plan will change based on your target. To a customer, you want to sell. You want to say, okay, buy my product. To investor, you want to say, hey, I want money. So you have to also show the financials. For a customer, you are talking only product. This is so good for you as a product. Okay. But an investor wants something more. He wants charts, he wants graphs, he wants to understand your profitabilities after coming out of 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, 4 years. And this is your road. Also wants to know how passionate you are. That is more important. Like I said, at this stage, your passion is the thing that has to come through, that you are worth investing money. So it will change a bit. It can't be the same. Customers only product, investors more things.
And one last thing, like how many people will be qualified to next round? Like as you have mentioned, around 4.
I don't know all that. That will all based on how many good ideas are there probably.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. We don't have a target. We are in the first round weeding out only bad, what do you call, bad plans, or I don't know what you say. Yeah. Any other questions? Shall we wind up? Yeah? Okay. Okay. So how many of you all actually have focused on the product and have something ready on the product to show the jury? I forgot to tell you that part. Jury likes to see something. Jury likes to see what you have visualized. It could be in the form of a video. It could be in the form of products. We have people who have brought treasures all the way from Tumkur or Dharwad here to show to the jury. Okay. So unless So easier way to convince a jury to go to the next round is show them something. Show them what your idea is capable of. It could be a physical, it could be video, it could be something which shows what is the idea is. Okay? Okay, thank you all of you for a very, very patient listening. All of you have to. Thank you. All of you have to stay back because we have got two excellent sessions coming up after your small break here. I think we have got somebody from Microsoft who's coming, who's going to talk to you, right? So please stay back. There's a lot of excellent stuff coming up. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Shubha, for the wonderful session, actually. So I'll just request Chairman to please honor our speaker. Yeah.
Students, my request to all of you is 11:30 to 12 is your short break. Refreshments are served. Just for your information, today Federation of Karnataka celebrates its Members' Day. Every year we have Members' Day. So today in the evening we have Members' Day celebration, since we had to vacate the auditorium at the earliest for Members' Day decorations to be done. We just had to cut short on the lunch and organize for refreshments. So 11:30 to 12 you have a break. 12 o'clock, just don't wait till 12. 5 minutes early, please be here because we can't search for you. Please don't leave the premises. It's organized for you in the fourth floor. So you go straight to the fourth floor, you have refreshments, and then you come back here in the auditorium. Don't loaf around anywhere in the campus. That's one. Second thing, we will be finishing all our sessions on time. And by 2 o'clock, we will all have to, we will push out from this place. In case you have any doubts to with the speakers, they will stay connected with you during the mentoring sessions, right? Are you all clear with this? Right? Thank you so much.
And one more thing, whoever has not got the food coupons for the spot registration, you can just go back to the registration spot where Soumya will be giving the coupons. Okay. So now we will break for snacks, and please be assembled by 12.
Welcome to
Yeah,
St.
online
Joseph
people also
Distillery
please
College.
log in for with the
Curated
same
the
link.
serene
at
moments
12
of the
o'clock,
neighborhood,
please.
away from Mangalore's urban buzz. Our 35-acre campus is a lush haven, harmonizing modern infrastructure with nature's beauty. 4 academic blocks house engineering, business management, and computer application programs, ensuring a conducive environment for academic growth. Imagine creative spaces like an amphitheater, open air stage, and a lively student square, fostering self expression and talent development. Refuel at our well equipped coffee shop and full fledged canteen offering nutritious meals. Late night cravings? We have got you covered with the Lassi Corner. Prioritizing physical well being, our campus boasts excellent sports infrastructure promoting holistic student development. At SJEC, experience a unique blend of academic excellence, creative spaces, and a connection with nature. Study and grow in a place that values both intellect and personal development. Join us for a vibrant academic journey surrounded by greenery and inspiring infrastructure. Welcome to St. Joseph Engineering College, situated in the serene Warmanjur neighborhood, away from Mangalore's urban buzz. Our 35-acre campus is a lush haven, harmonizing modern infrastructure with nature's beauty. Four academic blocks
Welcome to Soundarya Group of Institutions, a prestigious educational group as part of Soundarya Educational Trust, has come a long way since its modest beginning in 2007. Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name in the education ecosystem in commerce, management, science, computer science, humanities, and social sciences education. Blissfully located at the edge of Bangalore city, the institution shines among its counterparts, situated around with educational and professional fruition of its candidates.
With a legacy spanning over 30 years, providing students with quality education and creating infinite opportunities to dream big. We at Soundarya have been constantly adapting to changes and confidently working on upholding our values.
It all begins with a dream. We make you dream big. Yeah. Dreams are transformed into reality. Let us celebrate the joy of learning at Soundarya.
Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name among the Bangaloreans in the north part of Bangalore. It is a campus with over 9 acres of land spread with world-class infrastructure, laboratories, well-experienced faculties, and state-of-art library.
Soundarya is a world of diversity. Be a part of us and experience the journey of achieving your dream. Education is the key to unlock the world. Our vision is to ensure quality higher education and to enable stakeholders to face the contemporary challenges of the world with courage, confidence, and commitment. World-class infrastructure. Research and Innovation Center. World-class digital classrooms and experienced teaching fraternity. Our forensic department is well equipped with modern technology. World-class library. A college library is the central hub of research and study. Placement and internships.
The Training and Placement Department at Soundarya Institute of Management and Science offers a varied range of skill-based programs to all the streams such as commerce, management, computer application, forensic science, law. Our programs such as internships and learn while you earn gives a hands-on experience to students.
Sports facilities. We hold top position for sports under Bangalore University. Well-equipped multi-gym, where we sweat and grow stronger together, forging lasting friendships in every rep. Extracurricular activities. New friendship and memories. Soundarya Group of Institutions. Soundarya Nagar, Nagasandra Post, Bangalore 560073. www.simsbangalore.com. Welcome to Soundarya Group of Institutions, a prestigious educational group as part of Soundarya Educational Trust, has come a long way since its modest beginning in 2007. Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name in the education ecosystem in commerce, management, science, computer science, humanities, and social sciences education. Blissfully located at the edge of Bangalore city, the institution shines among its counterparts, situated around with educational and professional fruition of its candidates.
With a legacy spanning over 30 years, providing students with quality education and creating infinite opportunities to dream big. We at Soundarya have been constantly adapting to changes and confidently working on upholding our values.
It all begins with a dream. We make you dream big. Here, dreams are transformed into reality. Let us celebrate the joy of learning at Soundarya.
Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name among the Bangaloreans in the north part of Bangalore. It is a campus with over 9 acres of land spread with world-class infrastructure, laboratories, well-experienced faculties, and state-of-art library.
Soundarya is a world of diversity. Be a part of us and experience the journey of achieving your dream. Education is the key to unlock the world. Our vision is to ensure quality higher education and to enable stakeholders to face the contemporary challenges of the world with courage, confidence, and commitment. World-class infrastructure, Research and Innovation Center, world-class digital classrooms, and experienced teaching fraternity. Our forensic department is well equipped with modern technology. World-class library. A college library is the central hub of research and study. Placement and internships.
The Training and Placement Department at Soundarya Institute of Management and Science offers a varied range of skill-based programs to all the streams such as commerce, management, computer application, forensic science, law. Our programs such as internships and learn while you earn gives a hands-on experience to students.
Sports facilities. We hold top position for sports under Bangalore University. Well-equipped multi-gym, where we sweat and grow stronger together, forging lasting friendships in every rep. Extracurricular activities. New friendship and memories. Welcome to Soundarya Group of Institutions, a prestigious education. www.simsbangalore.com.
Welcome to St. Joseph Engineering College, situated in the serene Warmanjur neighborhood, away from Mangalore's urban buzz. Our 35-acre campus is a lush haven, harmonizing modern infrastructure with nature's beauty. 4 academic blocks house engineering, business management, and computer application programs, ensuring a conducive environment for academic growth. Imagine creative spaces like an amphitheater, open air stage, and a lively student square, fostering self-expression and talent development. Refuel at our well-equipped coffee shop and full-fledged canteen offering nutritious meals. Late night cravings? We have got you covered with the Lassi Corner. Prioritizing physical well-being, our campus boasts excellent sports infrastructure, promoting holistic student development. At SJEC, experience a unique blend of academic excellence, creative spaces, and a connection with nature. Study and grow in a place that values both intellect and personal development. Join us for a vibrant academic journey surrounded by greenery and inspiring infrastructure.
Welcome to Soundarya Group of Institutions, a prestigious educational group as part of Soundarya Educational Trust, has come a long way since its modest beginning in 2007. Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name in the education ecosystem in commerce, management, science, computer science, humanities, and social sciences education. Blissfully located at the edge of Bangalore city, the institution shines among its counterparts, situated around with educational and professional fruition of its candidates.
With a legacy spanning over 30 years, providing students with quality education and creating infinite opportunities to dream big. We at Soundarya have been constantly adapting to changes and confidently working on upholding our values.
It all begins with a dream. We make you dream big. Here, dreams are transformed into reality. Let us celebrate the joy of learning at Soundarya.
Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name among the Bangaloreans in the north part of Bangalore. It is a campus with over 9 acres of land spread with world-class infrastructure, laboratories, well-experienced faculties, and state-of-art library.
Soundarya is a world of diversity. Be a part of us and experience the journey of achieving your dream. Education is the key to unlock the world. Our vision is to ensure quality higher education and to enable stakeholders to face the contemporary challenges of the world with courage, confidence, and commitment. World-class infrastructure. Research and Innovation Center. World-class digital classrooms and experienced teaching fraternity. Our forensic department is well equipped with modern technology. World-class library. A college library is the central hub of research and study. Placement and internships.
The Training and Placement Department at Soundarya Institute of Management and Science offers a varied range of skill-based programs to all the streams such as commerce, management, computer application, forensic science, law. Our programs such as internships and learn while you earn gives a hands-on experience to students.
Sports facilities. We hold top position for sports under Bangalore University. Well-equipped multi-gym, where we sweat and grow stronger together, forging lasting friendships in every rep. Extracurricular activities. True friendship and memories. Soundarya Group of Institutions. Soundarya Nagar, Nagasandra Post, Bangalore 560073. www.simsbangalore.com.
Welcome to St. Joseph Engineering College, situated in the serene Warmanjur neighborhood, away from Mangalore's urban buzz. Our 35-acre campus is a lush haven, harmonizing modern infrastructure with nature's beauty. 4 academic blocks house engineering, business management, and computer application programs, ensuring a conducive environment for academic growth. Imagine creative spaces like an amphitheater, open air stage, and a lively student square, fostering self-expression and talent development. Refuel at our well-equipped coffee shop and full-fledged canteen offering nutritious meals. Late night cravings? We have got you covered with the Lassi Corner. Prioritizing physical well-being, our campus boasts excellent sports infrastructure promoting holistic student development. At SJEC, experience a unique blend of academic excellence, creative spaces, and a connection with nature. Study and grow in a place that values both intellect and personal development. Join us for a vibrant academic journey surrounded by greenery and inspiring infrastructure.
Welcome to Soundarya Group of Institutions, a prestigious educational group as part of Soundarya Educational Trust, has come a long way since its modest beginning in 2007. Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name in the education ecosystem in commerce, management, science, computer science, humanities, and social sciences education. Blissfully located at the edge of Bangalore city, the institution shines among its counterparts, situated around with educational and professional fruition of its candidates.
With a legacy spanning over 30 years, providing students with quality education and creating infinite opportunities to dream big. We at Soundarya have been constantly adapting to changes and confidently working on upholding our values.
It all begins with a dream. We make you dream big. Here, dreams are transformed into reality. Let us celebrate the joy of learning at Soundarya.
Soundarya Institute of Management and Science is a trusted name among the Bangaloreans in the north part of Bangalore. It is a campus with over 9 acres of land spread with world-class infrastructure, laboratories, well-experienced faculties, and state-of-art library.
Soundarya is a world of diversity. Be a part of us and experience the journey of achieving your dream.
Welcome back, everyone. after two successful sessions, now let's move on to the next session. Building a Founding Team and Culture by Mr. Steve Francis. Mr. Steve Francis is renowned HR strategic advisor, talent advisor consultant, digital transformation expert, organizational development, talent management, and career coach. He is CEO and co-founder at Atlas HR Technologies, one-stop shop focused on building performance and profitability by enhancing capital capabilities. Atlas HR Technologies integrates data analytics with human insights to streamline HR practices, ensuring efficiency and scalability. The strategies developed under Atlas guidance are designed to nurture collaborative teams and elevate employee experiences, ultimately contributing to the sustainable growth and competitive advantage of the organization. I request Chairman Tejashri to welcome Mr. Francis on the dais.
I will do is keep one out here as well, because in case the venti doesn't work.
Please come.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. How's everybody doing today? Tired? Long sessions? Okay, great. First things first, thank you to the team of, FKCCI for inviting me over. Thank you all for coming in here with the numbers in spite of, whatever is going on back in your universities, be it your exams or your curriculum. It's good to see the generation coming forward, bringing out new ideas, and contributing to the ecosystem, especially the startup space, which is so relevant in today's generation. Yeah. So just to introduce myself, I'm Steve Francis. I know you've heard an introduction before, but just to give you a little relevance of why I'm here, right? I'm here to obviously talk to you about a startup journey. Understandably, slow, right? Understandably, all of you all are looking at progressing in life as budding entrepreneurs. Is that right? Can't hear you. Excellent. All right. No sirs in the room, please. My name is Steve. I repeat myself again. I'm not yet knighted, so please do not call me sir. Yeah. Great. So yeah, I'm here to talk about, your journey in the startup ecosystem, right? The relevance of which I will give you beforehand. In the last 25 years of my career, I've worked across ecosystems that have been in the startup ecosystem, right? And in the last possibly 15 years, my the startup journey from the Amazons to Practo to Licious to Practo again, and then moving on to found and fund my own startup, Atlas HR Technologies, right? So the journey I've seen through the corporate lens in building teams and building the startup ecosystem has been a very transformational journey, right? The journey I see today in building my own firm also still till today teaches me a lot of valuable lessons, right? So all I'm here to do is share some knowledge, share experiences, and take you all through the journey, give you the relevance for you to start off on the right note. Yeah, we're good with that? Excellent. It's Steve, no sirs. Yeah. All right, great. So what do we do? What's the initial phase one? And let's keep this session a little more interactive. So a little higher pitches, possibly. If you want the mic around, we could possibly pass the mic around, right? So I am going to ask you a few questions, and we'll have a more interactive session today. Works? Excellent. Still can't hear you, but almost there. Yeah? Or should I be asking you, how's the Josh? Is that what is required? All right, great. So just give me a minute, Shravan. I am not able to. Yeah. Keep this back in. Yeah. Forward and backward, right? Yeah, that's nice. Okay. So what's the first thing that we do? Assuming all of you guys are interested in pursuing an entrepreneurial journey. Are you? Yes? Louder? Excellent. See, an entrepreneurial journey is about passion, right? And that passion needs to come out from the core. So can I hear that one more time? Excellent, excellent. All right, so you start an entrepreneurial journey, you're a founder, right? What do you do first? You build the founding team, right? As a founder, you work with other founders to provide certain aspects to the firm, to the organization, right? And those are basically the vision, the values, and the velocity, right? What's the vision? Can we pass the mic around, please? I can give 2 mics to them. Yep. So anybody? Vision? Nobody? Okay. There's a gentleman there. Yes, sir.
So I feel vision is something till where do you see yourself? I mean, how big you want to grow, how big you want to take your company to, like a global stage or to a CR revenue. So how long you want to take the firm. I feel that's what vision is.
Okay. All right. Could you help me with the second one too? Values, anybody? Okay. We have somebody there.
Vision should not be materialistic. You know, it should have a purpose to fulfill. It can't be materialistic.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. So there are no right and wrongs, right? Please, whatever is your point of view, please share. Anybody else? The first thing as a founder is the vision, right? I see close to 200, 300 futuristic founders here. So I'm sure everybody has a vision. There should be 300 definitions of visions. Let's hear some more. Anybody else? Yep, please.
Sir, vision is more like what your company is going to do in the market, like how it is going to help or what problem is it going to solve.
Absolutely, absolutely. Where? Perfectly right. So basically, vision gives direction, right? The values provide an alignment, and velocity is about the pace at which you will operate, right? I'm sure all of you are aware that in the startup ecosystem, it's all about the pace, the speed, the hustle. We've heard these terms, right? Yes, no? Absolutely. Okay, great. So basically, what you do is your vision gives you, your co-founders, your founding team, and then the rest of the organization, the direction that each of you will take the company forward to, right? Values are basically compasses. How do you take decisions, especially in tough situations, right? How do you stay ethical, right? How do you manage to work around with your founding team, with your organization in terms of what are our core values, right? How do you identify with your investor group, with your client group, what are your core values, right? Those are the values that you put in place as a founder. Velocity, like I said earlier, is about the pace. When do you spike? When do you pivot? When do you slow down? Right? And as a founder, these three are important for you to take your idea, right? Your passion, your commitment to what you're going to deliver ahead. Okay? All right, moving on. Okay, sorry about that. All right. So now you've got your idea. You kind of set your vision, your values, your velocity, the pace. Now you're going to build the next thing, which is the founding team, right? Now, the founding team can be part of your founders, yeah, your partners, and the first few hires that will take you and your firm in the direction that you intended to go. Okay, that's me. All right. So what are your thoughts about what makes a great founding team? Let's do this, right? Mentimeter, everybody? Everybody's phones are with them? Good network? Yeah? There's the code. You can scan the code. We have a word cloud. Please put in your one word that describes the founding team. Yep. We're there. Parshuram, can you move on to the next? Parshuram, can you please click on the link? No, you can continue sharing. Click on the link. Yeah. Okay. What I need him to do is while he does that, I'll take a look at the results that we have here. And while he gets it there, I'll read out some of these to you. So the responses that we have got are passion, communication, dedication, vision. These are the top responses. The other responses are diversity, ethics, skills, teamwork, values, accountability, bond, brand, chemistry, collaboration, vision, commitment, common interest, company family, consistency, coordination, determination, good communication, experience, and so on and so forth, right? These are the results that some of you have given us. Yeah. All right. The most important ones. Let's talk about some of these. Yeah. To build the right team, culture, and leadership from day one, the most important factors that you need as a founder, or the most important aspects that you're looking at building, is first, a common vision and values. The founders have to share a common vision and values, right? If they do not, it's detrimental in the long run. There's going to be difference of opinions, right? There's going to be different ways of operating. Yeah. And that's not going to bring in synergies, right? So common vision and values are really, really important, fundamental to building the right team. You also want diverse skill sets. Diverse skill sets brings people with different abilities strategically and operationally to work together. Work gets distributed, so not one has to do everything, and everybody can do almost everything. Yeah. Adaptable and resilient. Building a startup is tough, right? It's an ever-changing market. There are going to be pivots. You are going to realize at some point of time that things can get tough, things can get rough, might not always go the way you planned it, right? At that point of time, you need to ensure that you're able to pivot fast enough so you're adaptable, you're resilient to the changes, to the pressure, to the tough times that are coming through. So you need members who have these abilities, right? Like I said earlier, a startup is about not one doing all, but all doing almost everything together, right? So the ability to wear multiple hats, absolutely important in the initial journey, right? Because as things move, as you pivot, you will realize that what was important possibly a week ago might not be the priority now, right? Things have moved at such a fast pace. So the ability to wear multiple hats is really, really important. You cannot be stuck with members who can do just one thing. Yeah. Inclusion and trust. Absolutely important in a founding team. You need to build inclusion yourself, encourage members to build inclusion, right? And build trust. When members join a startup, new members join a startup, first things first, you don't have too much of a brand, right? Agree? Everybody? Okay. All right, great. You don't have too much of a brand, right? You're not well known in the market. You may be on investors' funding, right? You might not be the best paymaster at that point of time, right? But you need to get the job done. And that's why it's important, so fundamentally important, to get and ensure that your founding team has that trust in the process, in what they're building, and in the founders. Yeah. Creativity and innovation, absolutely a must everywhere today, but more importantly in the startup ecosystem, because it's all about moving ahead and not sitting back and watching what the market is doing. At times you have to diversify quickly. You've got to make those pivots and sudden changes. You've got to be creative in your approach, especially when you're dealing with building a product, or even if it's a service line that you're delivering. Ownership and accountability. Each member has to have I would say more than 100% ownership and accountability. It's a small team at this point of time, right? And hence, you cannot have members who throw their hands up in the air and say, hey, this is not my job. Or, I'm sorry, but I'm not accountable for this, right? You need members who are absolutely accountable and take ownership. And not only for work, for also decisions, very importantly, because by now you're dealing with people, so you'll have line managers as well. Yeah. Collaboration and continuous learning, absolutely necessary everywhere, and so it is in the startup ecosystem. Collaboration is essential, especially in the startup ecosystem, because you start off small, so everybody works together, right? You cannot have functions or members working in silos, right? It's a small team. Probably at this point of time, you're anywhere between 5 to 20, 25, right? So collaboration is highly essential. Continuous learning is an everyday process. No matter what, you could be a subject matter expert on certain things, but definitely every day teaches you something new. Agree? Can't hear you. Excellent. I'm going to keep calling out, right? Just to see that you're awake. The lights are too strong, so and it's glinting off my glasses, so I really can't see your eyes. Okay. All right. Identifying the co-founders, the right co-founders. How do you do that? You pick up school friends of yours, or college mates of yours, or relatives, cousins. How do you do that? Anybody? The slide is there, but give me your views. Mike. Who's up for the mic? Anybody? There, right there.
I would choose someone who I can learn from, someone who's better than me.
Okay. All right. When you say better than you, can you elaborate a little bit? Better than you personally, professionally, skill-wise?
Skill-wise, in my niche, if he or she knows better than me and who I can learn from, then I think it's an added advantage to my team and myself.
Okay. Fair enough. What else do we have? What else? Sorry. Like mindset. Okay. All right. What else do we have? Efficient working. Okay. Passionate about what you're building. Absolutely. What else do we have? Come on, that's nice. It's good to hear you. Yes, please. With the same vision. Absolutely. Yep. I'm sorry, what was that about expertise? Absolutely. Yep. Okay. All right. Complementary skills, yes. Yeah. Okay. What else? How much is so much? Okay. All right. Fair enough. What else? I'm sorry. Have a different opinion. Yes.
The experience.
Okay.
Work ethics.
Work ethics. Yes. Absolutely. Come on. Gen Z, you're getting there.
Make sure we are on the same page.
Have to be on the same page?
Yeah.
Or not have to be?
Have to be on the
Have
same
to be on the same page. Okay. Excellent.
Communicate effectively.
Absolutely. What else? Anybody else? Match the vibe. Okay.
Work with a person who values ethics and trust.
Values, ethics, and trust. Absolutely. Flexible to work in any role. Wear multiple hats. Yeah. Okay. All right, if you say so. What else? Do we have some more? Be comfortable with? Personally as well. Okay.
Should be willing to work as much as I would.
Okay. All right. Absolutely. You've got it. Do we have some more? Now we're good? All right, great.
So
You
there
got,
should be no ego differences between us.
of course, ego differences should not come anywhere, but definitely at work, absolutely.
Should be able to efficiently keep personal and professional life separate.
Okay, excellent. Absolutely. Guys, you have it right. Yeah. The mindset is clear. You've got it all there. Let me just take you through in terms of how does it work from a complementary skill sets and shared values point of view, right? Basically, complementary skill sets allows you to divide roles. Yeah. So some of you could manage the financials, some of you could manage the operations or the technology or the sales, right? Or the VCs or the clients, right? So basically, you can divide roles basis the strengths that you bring to the table, right? And that accomplishes much more than, like I said earlier, one individual doing everything or trying to do too many things. Yeah. Decision making, risk appetite, and long-term vision, right? You need individuals who are able to make decisions as and when is required, especially the tough ones, right? You need individuals who have an appetite to take risk because a startup is going to be a bit of a risk, right? Whether it is bootstrapped or funded, right? Long-term vision, definitely, as some of you all called out, you need an individual or individuals in your partners who will look at long-term vision and are not there just for a side hustle, right? Absolutely important. You need to be philosophically aligned, right? Now, what does that mean? So if you're a couple of partners or three or more, you definitely would work together across different, client bases, across different territories, geographies per se, divide and conquer. Yeah. But at the same time, align together with one vision, with the values, right? And with the pace that is required. So no matter what however many you are, you're thinking on the same lines, but are able to do things differently. Okay. A founder market fit. Absolutely. Some of you mentioned earlier, familiar with the problem you're solving. What does that mean? Right? Individuals who have deep expertise of the problem you're trying to solve. Yeah. So if you're building a fintech, right? If you're building a fintech, what kind of co-founders would you prefer to have? Yeah. Obviously from the same background. People who understand the domain, or you're always going to have difference of opinions, right? You need individuals who are SME subject matter experts or individuals who have absolutely good, deep domain knowledge. Yeah. Credibility is with investors and clients. Obviously, when investors and clients see founders or partners who come from, similar backgrounds, who understand the domain really well, this builds credibility, right? Otherwise, your investors or clients are going to be a little confused in terms of, okay, of the three founders, one knows the domain really well. What are the other two doing, right? It definitely accelerates product iteration, service credibility, because the three of you come from, or how many ever you are, you come from, the similar domain experience. Your ability to accelerate the product that you're building is much faster. You're thinking on the same lines. You understand the domain, and hence you also understand the pros and cons on how you move, right? Service credibility, the same thing with clients. Clients give you more credibility when they understand that founders come from similar domains, understand and are subject matter experts of it, right? Or it's like, let me give you an example. Atlas HRT, we're three founders, three co-founders, right? There's me, there's Shoaib, there's Bharat Joshi, right? Now, imagine if The three of us one came from the fintech space, one came from the hospital space, or hospitality space, and one came from possibly, let's say, the BFSI domain, right? And we're building a HR technology product. You get what I'm saying? Confusing? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Passion, insight, experience is obviously equal to a high founder market fit. Founder market fit is essential again because it's the way investors would look at you, it's the way your clients would look at you, it's the way your ecosystem looks at you to understand, hey, do you even have the domain knowledge? That brings trust and confidence in what you're building or the services that you're going to provide. Yeah? Red flags. Avoid co-founders, partners, directors who have shifting commitments, somebody who is just looking for possibly a side hustle or, wants to understand the journey or wants to understand the domain and says, hey, you know what, I'll spend 2-3 years with these guys and I'll learn a lot. Right? Makes sense? Because we called out earlier that we want somebody who's going to share the vision, who's going to share long-term commitment, right? And we just said that we need people who already come from domain experience. Yeah. So shifting commitments, definitely a red flag. Avoid, partnering with folks who you understand clearly are doing just for a side hustle or to gain knowledge. Communication styles and ego clashes. We discussed this. You spoke about it earlier as well. When you are partners, when you're part of the founding team, co-founders especially, communication styles have to match, right? You cannot be sending different messages with different communication styles, right? The biggest killer of startups is when founders break up, when founders have clashes, when they have disagreements that go on to larger issues, right? And that happens because of, yep, egos. Exactly. We said this earlier, right? It happens because of egos. So when you bring in founders, when you bring in partners, you ensure that you bring in people who keep their egos outside the office premises. Yeah. Okay. Structuring founder roles and equity. So basically now what you've done is in your journey, you have your vision. You have chosen your partners, your co-founders, right? And you're going to start the momentum. You're almost there. You're building your founding team as well, the first few hires, right? A word of caution. The first things first, make sure that your decisions on a financial point of view are documented, right? You are clear about who's invested in what, right? You're clear about what is the kind of equity share of the organization. Yeah. Everybody here understands equity? Yeah. Excellent. All right. So basically what you do is you discuss and document everything, right? You never know. There could be a time when things go south, right? Happens all the time, happens in, relationships, friendships, right? So it could happen here as well. Yeah. So you make sure that there is a clear discussion and documentation of equity early, right? What is the equity share of each founder? Yeah. Founder agreements and vesting schedules are always good to have. You don't have to get into, really legal compliant founder agreements, but just founder governance document is good to go, where everybody's clear about, how things work if there are conflicting point of views, right? Do you use an arbitrator? Do you use a mentor, right? Focus on the firm's objectives and outcomes because that's what you're building for, right? And that when you are able to put all of this aside, you're able to focus on your firm's objectives and outcomes much more with more clarity and together. Yeah. The importance of clarity and mentorship, it obviously avoids legal, hassles, emotional disputes. You have mentors that help you with resolution. They also help you with role maturities, right? A lot of founders are young. Most founders have never seen a corporate journey as well. Yeah, come out of college or in college and you started up, right? And you build role maturity with time. So you have mentors that help you grow through that path, right? But the end result, you've got to lead by example. You're building a team, aren't you? And if you do not show the kind of role maturity that is required, how are you going to guide your people? Yep. All right. So managing early team dynamics. Now you have chosen your co-founders. You managed to document everything that is required from a financial point of view, right? Now you're on the verge of building your founding team, right? Your first few hires. Okay. How do you do that? Sometimes you're also hiring co-founders, not only just your founding team, right? At times you may not even know your co-founder. Possible? Yeah. Okay. So from founding to first hires, you basically build the team which comes with the shared vision, comes with common values, understand domain, like we discussed before. Individuals who are able to handle ambiguity and changing roles. The initial days of your startup journey, there is going to be a lot of ambiguity. There are going to be a lot of changes. You will pivot, right? You need individuals who are able to cope with that, cope with the pace in the first place, right? You do not want individuals on your team, especially your founding team, who will freeze, right? You don't want that. Or will come back to you and say, hey, I'm not used to this style of working. That's why when you're hiring your founding team, you've got to make sure that you're hiring folks with these aspects, right? You're also providing psychological safety and ensuring and encouraging that your founding team who become managers at some point of time provide psychological safety. Do we understand what is psychological safety in a corporate environment? Yes, no. I'm assuming silence means no. All right. Psychological safety is about creating an environment where individuals are not worried about or fear punishment, right? You're encouraged to learn from your mistakes. Yeah? You get what I'm saying? Psychological safety is for individuals to have open conversations, even if they're hard conversations, right? Without worrying about, oh, I am going to get fired for this. Extreme, but yeah, possible. Yeah. When you're in a startup journey and at the pace and velocity that you and your firm would be traveling, there will be mistakes, right? There will be errors, and it's okay. You learn from them, right? And that's the kind of environment you create. So individuals understand that, hey, I've got to learn from these mistakes, right? And I'm not fearful about the consequences, right? That's psychological safety for individuals. So you've got to encourage folks in your team, in your founding team, who will lead people to ensure that they provide an environment of psychological safety. Individuals are then able to focus more on deliverables, right? And not fear that, oh, what would happen if? Yeah. And then you're not able to make those decisions quickly. Conflict management, definitely early stages, there will be difference of opinions. There will be a lot of point of views. If today I ask you to huddle up into groups of 10, I'm sure everybody's going to have a different point of view, right? Yes, no, maybe? Yes, excellent. So we are awake. Yeah. Are we hungry? Yeah. All right. So yeah, let's consume this today for now. Yeah. And I'm sure there's some good meals out there. But as I was saying, conflict management, right? So everybody's going to have a different point of view, right? And it's bound to lead to conflicts, right? You've got to manage that really well because everybody deserves a seat at the table in your founding team. Everybody is encouraged to speak and talk about their views, and not all views are alike. So conflicts will arise. It's about how you manage them without shunning away people, right? That's the kind of folks you want to hire in your founding team. Folks who also understand the importance of processes and building them. When you're a startup, and that's what we do from the HR in the HR space. We build processes for you, processes that don't exist in your firm, right? So you're hiring folks who understand the importance of processes because processes give you results, right? And not everything is just chaotic, right? Stand-ups and huddles. So you customize best practices. Stand-ups and huddles are rituals. Basically, rituals that you encourage in the early days because you need to be constantly communicating. You need to be constantly having conversations. You need to be at times over communicating, right? People need to understand, and your first set of hires especially need to understand the importance of what you're doing, what you're driving, and why you're doing it in the first place. Yeah. Over communicate intent. Like I said, you've got to over communicate at times, right? You've got to keep reminding them, hey, this is the vision. These are our values, and this is the velocity that we will be moving, or the pace we will be moving with. Yeah. Okay. Build an entrepreneurial mindset. You want to hire folks who, are not just operators. Yeah. Who are not just delivering for you, but who take ownership, who have an entrepreneurial mindset and say or understand that everything I do, I'm doing it for the firm like it's my firm, right? You do not want folks who would be operating in a very different style from you. If you're the founder and it's your firm, you want folks who would also want to operate it the same way, right? Zero bias environment. How many of us agree? Very important. Let's show a raise of hands. At least that will wake some of you up. Okay, that's it. Everybody else feels that it's okay to have biases? No? So let's go again. Zero bias environment. How many of us feel that it's extremely important? Raise your hands. Okay. All right, great. So we just have close to around 6 to 7 folks sleeping right now. Everybody else is awake. Okay. Absolutely essential. A zero bias environment is an environment you create where everybody is treated fairly, everybody is treated equally. There are no biases, there are no favoritisms, right? You can't have inner circles and the others, right? And that's when people will want to contribute. Or it's just going to be that, this individual or that team is that founder's favorite or that founder's favorite, and so on and so forth. And I don't feel valued here. Yeah, that's not the environment or the group that you want to build. Build emotional connects. Some of you all mentioned earlier you like to work with people who, who you could walk the path for a while, right? Somebody that would think like you, right? You have similar personalities. Absolutely. Build emotional connects because in the startup ecosystem, especially the starting journey is going to be very transactional. It's going to be a lot of hustle. It's going to be a lot of moving in different directions, right? But you have rituals that bring you back together, right? Like your stand-ups, your huddles, right? Doing this, spend time not only just measuring performance, but also building those emotional connects because that then drives people to go over and above of what you expect them to contribute to. Yeah. Incentivizing early talent. ESOPs. We're all clear about equity and ESOPs, right? Yes? All? Okay. Now only 6 are awake. Are we? Because if I need to deep dive, then I will deep dive into the conversation. So I'm assuming that some of you understand these terminologies, right? And if you don't, then please let me know so then I can, give you the explanation or the layman understanding. Yeah. Great. So what do you do when you want to incentivize early talent? You're a startup, You could be bootstrapped, you could be funded, but you're not a big corporate. So you don't have that kind of cash to be, acquiring high talent, high quality talent in the market. Right? Agree? Excellent. So what do you do? What are the alternatives you use? How do you then acquire high quality talent? Right? Or are you just going to say that, okay, ठीक है, मेरे पास इतना ही है, so this is all I can afford, तो इतने में काम चला लेंगे. Is that how it's going to work? Absolutely not, right? And that's why you use ESOPs, right? Equity. It is basically used to attract high quality talent because at that stage, you are able to afford a higher equity component, right? And may not be able to afford a high cash component, right? So the combination of both, which is total rewards, is what you bring talent in, right? Equity, ESOPs is long-term wealth, right? It's about wealth generation. The valuations increase year on year, right? From the time you are your shares vest to the time your organizations go, IPO or there's a buyback or whatever the scenario, the valuation would just multiply. Yeah, at times 100x, right? So it's long-term wealth generation. And today's generation understands that better than everybody else or anybody else, right? So you bring them in to attract high quality talent. You provide ESOPs to build a ownership mentality, right? When you have ESOPs of an organization, you typically have shares of the company, right? So you are partially an owner of the organization, right? And that's what you want to build as well in terms of in terms of the connect, in terms of the mentality, because you want folks to contribute, like we discussed earlier, entrepreneurial mindsets, people who bring in ownership, right? And the same passion as you guys as founders, right? Employee retention, definitely, like it helps attract talent, it also helps retain talent, right? Because there are vesting periods, typically 4 years, right? So you have folks who will contribute to your journey, to your path, and understand that, hey, there's much more here for me if I continue to contribute at the rate that I am, right? If you look at structures, do we understand structures? Cliff period, vesting period. Do we understand that? Thank you. All right. So we'll get to that. So structures is 10% to 15% is your early, Series A, pre-Series A structure. You allocate your ESOPs basis, where your organization is at that point of time, right? What is the impact? What is the seniority, right? You don't have a one-size-fits-all kind of an option here. You have to allocate basis certain criteria, okay? You align the grant size with the company's stage because at that point of time, 10 to 15 is the best appropriate market standards that is used. You don't want to go over and above and cut into your pool, right? And that's how you structure your ESOP framework, your ESOP policies. Now, cliff and vesting. So cliff is typically, market standards again, is a 1-year vesting schedule. When you're granted ESOPs by an organization, or when you will grant ESOPs to your founding team or folks that you hire there, it's typically a 4-year vesting. That means every year there is a percentage of the total number that vests, right? That sits into your kitty. When you complete a certain time frame, you own those many shares. Yeah, they might not be saleable at that point of time because you might not be at an IPO stage or there couldn't be a buyout, but it at least is in your kitty, right? A cliff is the minimum time frame for your shares to vest. So that's a 1 year, right? As per market standards. Some organizations also do 6 months, right? But that's 1 year. Basically, you have to spend 1 year, 365 days, right, in an organization to ensure that you're eligible in the first place for the first set. Yeah, clear? Cliff, right? Okay, now vesting period, like I mentioned earlier, the standard vesting is 4 years. Typically, every year there's a percentage of ESOP or equity or shares that vest into you, right? That means if you complete 1 year, which is your cliff, there is a certain percentage. Let's look at it from this point of view. Split it by 25% year on year. So you complete first year, 25% of that amount vests into you, right? You complete the second year, that's 50%. You complete 3 years, 75%, and 100% in 4 years. That's the first set of, ESOPs that come to you. You could obviously grant or be granted, differential sets. It could be basis joining, basis performance, right? Appraisals, and so on and so forth. So there'll be continuous sets that come in. Yeah? Clear? Okay. What are your alternative incentives? You can't only do ESOPs, right? So your alternative incentives are, you have profit sharing, which is rev share, right? If you're providing services or you're driving sales for your product, right? Performance linked bonuses, again, depending on the outcomes of your performance, you get a certain bonus that would be granted to you, whether it is, semi-annually or annually, right? There'd be a percentage typically of your outcomes. Health and wellness. A lot of new age organizations are focusing on health and wellness as incentivizing as well, right? Differential insurance schemes, right? Wellness packages, be it mental, right? Folks go through a lot of stress in the startup ecosystem. They need the counselings, they need the wellness packages, right? You can incentivize them with that. Learning and development, we're all clear about it. Every organization does it. The startup ecosystem, focuses on learning and development because they need people as, to move into the next generation to be leaders, possibly move across functions, upskill themselves. A lot of times we hire through campus, right? So you need to upskill your folks. High reward schemes, again, these could be from incentivizing folks for performance. It could be trips, international trips, right? Flexible work policies. Today's generation is, mostly focused on remote and flexible work policies. So definitely you can include that in your incentivizing. You reinforce culture, right? And you attract value or vision-driven talent, right? And that's who you need to bring to the table. And then you can incentivize them with, everything that is mentioned here and more. You can get creative about it, right? As long as it works for the organization, it doesn't cut too much into your cash flow, right? And is being obviously fair and generous to an extent. It's all about driving performance at the end of the day. Yeah? Okay, establishing culture. So let's talk about culture. I'd like to have the mic around to see how many are awake. Mic, please. Right. Culture. Your definition of culture. Yes. The first thing you're going to build as founders is culture. So let's hear your definition of it. I'll give you the industry definition. I want to hear, be as creative as you can. Come on. There's no right and wrong. It's okay. Let's hear you. Nobody? Nobody at all? You sure? Come on. Okay, we've got some.
My definition of culture would be a way of life, a way of living.
Okay. All right. Anybody else wants to take a shot? Okay.
So it's a set of morals.
All right. Who else do we have? We have the gentleman there. Yes, please.
I would say indirect communication. I mean, some rules are already there for the organization, but indirectly what you commute, indirectly what you convey to your uh, co-partner or someone, that's what you make the culture in an organization. Like not a 9 to 5 rule, but how you work. That's what a culture is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do we have anybody who want to take a shot? Oh, yes, please.
Unwritten rules.
I'm sorry?
Unwritten rules.
Little rules.
Unwritten rules. Those are not defined by anyone, just followed by everyone.
Absolutely. Yes.
Way of working, dress code, and talking communication between the colleagues.
Part of it, definitely. Absolutely. All right. So a lot of what you all said obviously defines culture. It's what you build. Culture is about how individuals behave when no one is watching. Simple. Right? It's what you do when nobody is governing you or managing you or watching you. Right? As a founder, you will build a culture of performance, right? You will build a culture of transparency, fairness, right? Won't you? Or will you build a culture of mediocrity? How many here would build a culture of mediocrity? Average performance, basically. None. If it gets the work done, okay. All right. That's a view. Yeah. So typically, culture is about shared values, norms. Culture is not what you plaster on your walls. Culture is not about your um, your word clouds, for that matter, right? That you put up on your walls, on your reception, right? Culture is not that. Culture is about shared values, is about norms, those unwritten rules, right? That's what you're driving. When you drive culture the right way, you're basically looking at driving the impact, right? That you want: performance, meritocracy, right? Transparency, yeah, right decision making, strategic thinking, entrepreneurial mindset. That's what you want your people to enable in themselves, right? And that's what you're driving. So culture, basically shared values, norms, right? Unwritten rules, like I mentioned. Some of you mentioned that. It's basically your actions as founders, as the founding team. Posters and policies don't build culture. The most important aspect, it's top down. Founders build culture. It's what you do that becomes the culture of your organization. So if you do it right, everybody else will do it right. When you are fair, everybody else in the system is fair to everybody else. If you're biased, what's going to happen? Let's hear it. As a founder, if you are biased, what's going to happen in the organization? Absolutely. Yeah. Because folks follow you, right? And that's the culture you're building, right? If you're operating at a certain pace, that's a culture that you're building, right? And everybody else then operates at that pace, right? You have, explicit pieces of culture, which is the mission, the rituals, values, right? Implicit is obviously conflict management, how you deal with conflict, right? When you deal with conflict in the appropriate way, everybody else is going to deal it in the same way, right? Or vice versa. Yeah. Decisions designed. How do people take decisions in the first place? And it's easy to take decisions when everything is hunky-dory, when it's BAU, which is business as usual. But when things get tough, how do you take decisions? What is the design that you use? What is the values that come into your decision-making ability? Right? Non-negotiables, definitely. When you're building culture, there are absolutely some non-negotiables, right? Foundational values. As a founder, you put in those values, and anybody who is adverse to those foundational values is not the culture fit for your organization. First things first, you shouldn't have hired them. And if you find that you have hired them and now things are moving in different directions, then you've got to find a way of managing conflict and moving them out of the system, right? Hire, fire, and reward. Absolutely based on culture, right? The philosophies that you use will be based on culture, and if you do it the right way, like I said, everybody else below will follow you and do it the right way. Yeah. Early rituals. Your early rituals are your huddles, your celebrations, your stand-ups, right? Those are your rituals that you build together. You have, foundation day in some organizations, right? You have annual days in some organizations where everybody comes together to celebrate, the milestones that they have achieved, the path that they have walked, and so on and so forth, right? And these early rituals are important in building the culture of an organization. Yeah. Very, very importantly, please understand, as founders or going to be entrepreneurs, what you build as culture in the organization is going to be the culture for the next set of folks that join your organization. And they could be the next 5, they could be the next 500. So if you want them to do it the right way, you built the right culture in the first place. Yeah. All right. Oh, that's it. Cool. We're done. Okay. Golden rule of being a founder, of having your own firm, brand your organization as much as possible. As you can see, Atlas HRT is out there. Just to give you a briefer on what we do, Atlas HRT is a full stack HR advisory firm, right? We're co-founded by three members who have spent 25 years in the HR ecosystem, right? What we do today is enable businesses by providing the right people agenda. We work business backward so that organizations meet the objective, their goals through the people agenda, right? We are also currently an aggregator of HR services. That means if an organization needs anything from hiring, recruitment, BGV, HR tools, compliance, payroll, any services that are required, we have preferred partners who we bring to the table, right? And, introduce to the clients, right? That's what we do as an organization. If you go through our website, you'll understand our models in a little more detail. We are also building a HR technology product, right? It is in production right now. It will enable, again, it'll be a marketplace enabler, connecting consumers with providers. And of course, we are also bringing in the candidate management piece in it, right? And that's way forward in the future. But for now, thank you all for being here. Thank you for some of those who actually woke up from their sleep. Thank you very much. I know you've had a long day. You've been here since early hours, I presume. So thank you. We at Atlas HRT wish you all the best, right? Please do connect with us at any point of time if you need guidance, governance. I think Prabhas can also put up our QR code slide. The LinkedIn and Insta codes are there. You can follow us to understand our journey, right? Do connect. And as and when any of you reaches out, we'll be happy to have those conversations with you. All the best. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steve Francis, for the insight on team building. Now we have the last session of the day, how to leverage technology or AI for the startups by Mr. Gangadharan Kodandaram. Sorry. Mr. Gangadharan Kodandaram is Business Development Lead, Startups and Emerging Verticals at Microsoft. Seasoned sales leader with a key focus on building sustainable long-term strategic relationship by solving complex problems for customers. He has built and grown business across horizontal industries like BFSI, agriculture, manufacturing, government and healthcare over last 17 plus years. He also serves as honorary program director at Make a Wish Foundation India, an organization working towards wish fulfillment of kids suffering from life threatening diseases to gift them joy and ray of hope. We it is engaged in fulfilling the wishes of 1,000 kids at Bangalore division annually. Let us welcome him on the stage, please. I request Ms. Our chairman and Mr. Gangadharan Kodan on the stage, please. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, is there a color mic or I'm okay? Is there a color mic?
Hand mic.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll manage with that. Not a problem. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know I'm the last session. You guys must be thinking how to catch a bus or how to head back home. So I'll try my best to keep you guys awake. Gentlemen in the last row, the third one wearing the suit. Can you please? Am I audible? Okay. So I understand most of you are either building something, a startup, or aspiring entrepreneurs. Is my understanding right? Anybody who don't fit into this category, raise of hands. Good. So most of you are trying to build something. You have some idea. Either you have an idea or looking for an idea or building something already. Correct? Okay. How many of you in this room know your neighbor? Raise of hands, please. Okay. I will come to the AI topic, but very soon. Before that, I want to ask some questions. Okay. So around 25% of you know your neighbor. Good. The first rule of entrepreneurship is know your neighbor. You don't know whom you're sitting next to. You have problems here, he might be able to solve. Make sense? Take a minute, please shake hand with your neighbor, whoever it is, and know their name at least. Let that be a small exercise. Okay? Did you at least attempt it? Please do attempt it. This is valuable. Okay? Schools don't teach. Colleges don't teach. Our education systems doesn't teach. You might be sitting, you are struggling to raise money for your company, and you just in a flight to go and meet 25 VCs, but one might be sitting next to you who's an angel investor. The first game of entrepreneurship is, okay, how many of you are developers in this room? Okay. How many of you are like, what else? You do HR, sales, marketing, operations. These are the only functions in a startup, right? You are either you're building something or helping sell something. So in a startup, I strongly feel I ran a startup for the last 4.5 years. Now I'm with Microsoft. The most important thing in a startup is if you are a founder of a startup, you are actually a salesperson. Remember this. You might be a techie, you might be a tester, you might be just anything in that startup. Understand that you are the first salesperson in that startup. You have to sell first your idea to your either co-founder or your first employee or your employees or your investors or just any stakeholder, if you don't sell your vision, your idea will never go forward. Does it make sense? Are you guys with me? Good. Now, let's look at today's topic, which is use of AI and technology in building startups. Now, it's obviously a very, very broad topic. Okay. So I'll try to slice this into very simple messaging so that it's easy for you to understand. Now, as a founder of a company, every day morning, you have different challenges to fight. Starting from what to build, how to build, who will buy, who will collect, who will maintain the paperwork. So there are, like, these are some of the questions which you have every day. Today, thankfully, we are at a time where we have AI as an enabler for any business which we are into. Look back into like 10, 20 years back, a lot of things which we were doing manually, today at a click of a button, we are able to solve hundreds of problems. I'll give a personal example. So I wrote a LinkedIn post last month about something on entrepreneurship and startups. In one day, the post became viral and I got 1.767 lakhs view. Just in one day I got for the post. And obviously people were interested in talking to me. I got 1,500 people sent me connections on LinkedIn and wrote to me on LinkedIn in just one day. Imagine you have a job and on top of it, if you have to read messages in a day, 5-6 messages, it takes 1 year for you to read all those LinkedIn messages and respond to all of them. And everybody is ending with only one sentence. Hey, can we jump on a 30 minutes call this week? Nobody is saying next year. So I have 1,400 people asking, hey, just 15 to 20 minute quick chat on a call this week. Now, there might be startups which I am genuinely interested in talking, and maybe I can do 10 meetings, 20 meetings in a month, not more than that. How do I drill down from 1,500 of them? So whenever you see the problem is very, very large, please understand you are not the only one facing that problem. So there is already someone has thought about the problem. There is already probably a solution. All you need to do is find that solution. So what I did is Microsoft has this product called Copilot, which is pretty handy. I downloaded the entire LinkedIn data in Excel format, messages and connections, fed into the Copilot, started asking questions. In this, read these 2 files and tell me how many agri-tech startup founders reached out to me. It said, these are the 20. How many clean tech? These are the 10. How many people have raised money so far? Who are the investors? Has the founder reached out or an employee has reached out? Has the founder given answer to these 5 questions? Finally, I boiled down to some 27 startups which were fitting every possible angle I wanted to look at them. Now I asked Copilot, hey, can you help me to respond to these 27 startups? It created 3, 4 lines for all of them. I had to just copy, paste and click and send it. So in like 45 minutes, I solved using AI 1 year project. I could do it in 45 minutes time by thinking that there is a easier way always, to solve a problem. I'm a very lazy guy, so I find the most optimal, most easiest solution for my problems. So look at the problem statement. Look at imagine 10 years back, the same problem. You will have the same amount of people sitting on LinkedIn. You will never be able to remove them without even knowing whether they're important or not for your business. For all you know, they might be important. In that 27 today, I think 3 of them are running on Azure already. Because I could drill down to that 27 out of the 1,500 and reach out to them, that translated into partnerships for Microsoft. So look at every problem, what you're working on. Is there a faster or better way to solve that problem? Now, as a founder, what are the other things day to day? Now, if you're already built a product, you want to reach out to VCs. Now, you need to build a deck. You need to build communication specific to every VC. And we are not a native English speaking country. Each one of you, if write the same 1-page essay on a cow, in this room, 500 different thoughts will come, 500 different sentences, 500 different way of expressing we use. Now, you don't know which is correct, which is not correct. Until you read 499 of them, then you'll understand what's the best way to approach. Today, a lot of technologies like ChatGPT, for example, or equivalent tools are solving that for you. How many of you use for your day-to-day life some AI tool? I'm so happy to see a lot of you. Fantastic. So what do we use it for? Do we use it for day-to-day communications as well? Amazing. For everything practically, right? I know you are in the same place as me, because I'm very lazy. I don't write a single thing, but I write beautiful emails, beautiful letters, amazing presentations, but I don't write anything because today the tools are available. All you need to do is prompt engineers. If each one of you start become a prompt engineer, you don't have to write a single line of code. You just go and say, what code do you want? Python, it will just give you a dump and take and just compile it. Today, we live in that world, thankfully. Okay, so on the tools, then, since you guys are already, let me talk about building a robust tech stack. I have just pointers. I don't have slides. That's why I'm not presenting and bore you guys. Already half of you are sleepy. So building a robust tech stack. So today, when you're building something, do not think, how do I bolt on an AI into what I'm building? Try to think, how do I build with the AI? Which means your product has to be built with an AI rather than just saying, oh, everything I've built, now people are asking me, what is AI in this? Force-fittingly, I'll say, this is one AI we have built in this. No. Think for decade. Think for 2 decades. What you're building today is going to grow into something big. It might be just today version 1.0, but think fundamentals very, very strongly. I'll give an example. Okay. Recently, I got exposed to a project in Microsoft on AI for agriculture. India is an agrarian country, right? Most large population depends on agriculture. So what's the percentage of population in India who depend on agriculture? 60? 70? 70 plus. Okay. And right, in the country, whenever we talk about who are the poorest people, farmers, right? That's how we look at, because we studied and we are in college and we are startups. So actually, that's not really true. Okay, let's look at, I'll just give you some. When Microsoft embarked on this project called AI for Agriculture, is a project which Microsoft started working on a couple of years back. So Microsoft has built a lot of tech stack and things like that. So recently, Satya Nadella in February visited a village in Maharashtra called Baramati. It's a small village, Sharad Pawar's constituency. There we did a farmers' day for AI for sugarcane farm. So Microsoft worked for the last 1+ year with 1,000 farmers, I think, approximately, where farmers today in India, what they do is, some resources are free for them, some resources are expensive for them. Their concept is, whatever is free, give more to the plant. Whatever is less, give high costly, give less to the plant. Because obviously cash crunch, things like that. So water is free. For every crop, it needs or not, give more water. Okay. And look at fertilizers. What is the cheapest one? Urea, give more urea. Plant needs or not, it doesn't matter. Because no one has taught us what's the right way to do a certain thing to get the most optimal output. So what Microsoft did is, we took, with the help of some research data and agronomists and things like that, we put together an AI package of practice. So where farmer will open his mobile phone and ask, "Aaj mujhe kya karna hai?" The app will tell, "Aaj aapko kuch nahi karna hai." Otherwise, he would have gone and flooded with water. And because of more water, one is water loss. Already we're running India as a country. We are 97% water we are wasting in the country. And he will just flood it because it's free. Now, it's like you have a 3-year-old kid and you have a 70-year-old person in the house. You force both of them to drink 10 liter water. Doctor ne bola hai 10 liter pani pina hai. Now, this is what we are doing, right? You know that the child doesn't need, a 1-year-old child doesn't need 8-liter water. The common sense tells us. But when it is in agriculture, more water. Now, plant, what's happening? Last 75 years, India has not seen incremental production in sugarcane. It is almost standard. It's called recovery percentage. So what is recovery percentage? We're all sugar eaters, right? How many of you eat sugar every day here? Everyone, right? We can't live without sugar. That's how we have trained our minds. Now, in 1 liter of sugarcane juice, you get 10.5% sugar. That's the India last 75 years. That has not changed. You take 1 liter sugar, run it through a polarimeter. It tells you this much sugar it has got, which is 105 grams of sugar. 105 grams of sugar is there in 1 liter of sugarcane juice. What we did is, the global standards are much higher. From an yield perspective, there are two types of yields in sugarcane. One is by weight, one is by recovery percentage. India is one of the lowest from an yield perspective, 40 metric tons per acre. And we took this problem statement, how do we increase farmers' income? Is increase the yield. But for that, you need technology. Farmer cannot pay millions of dollars for technology. Who will pay for it? So we saw when recovery percentage goes up, sugar factories make 30% more money because they get two benefits. They get more sugar, more ethanol, which means they make 50%, 30 to 50% more money. So can they invest on technology? So we made them to invest on technology. Microsoft gave the stack, but they invested on sensors and hardware and things like that. And farmers who just had to download the app and just follow the protocol what is given. And in the first pilot, what we did, we got from 40 tons, I think 65 tons per acre is what the yield we were able to get the incremental yield to. And recovery, I think in the pilot was 13.8%. So 30% incremental sugar and 30% incremental weight. Why is this important? India consumes in an year 29 million metric tons sugar per annum. India's production capacity currently, which what we are producing is 35 million metric tons. We exported 6 billion worth of sugar 3 years back in 23-24. This year, we have no sugar to export. Because our production has dropped, India only has reserves of 35 million metric tons, which means if this year there's not a good crop, next year, all of you will have to start practicing how to drink coffee without sugar. Or sugar price from 45 will become 90. Take it from me, I'm not joking. There is sugar consumption in India is increasing every year by 10 to 20%. You look at yourself. Were you eating the same amount of sugar 5 years back? Every food today you eat is with sugar. You will rarely find food without sugar today, what we are consuming. Maybe water is the only example I can think of, which doesn't have a lot of sugar. That also, I think mineral water, I'm sure they're putting some sugar, they're not telling us. Okay, because otherwise, how come the water is so tasty when you buy a 20 rupees bottle and you drink in the cooler, it is not tasty, right? They're calling it minerals just to confuse you. Actually, it's sugar. There is no other mineral they can put into the water. And minerals are more expensive. They can't give it to you at 20 rupees per liter. If they put minerals, they're allowed to sell at 200 rupees like Perrier or some other water. Now, look at the problem statement back to AI for agriculture. We built an entire engine where, it's very easy to find out for a particular crop, at what stage a particular insect will attack. At what stage is the growth stage where it needs fertilizer. At what stage it needs less water. At what stage it needs more water. All this is known to mankind. It's not new. We just put that, we put soil sensors to understand the soil, soil content. We put climate weather stations to understand the weather in that area. We used weather data available, weather forecast data which is available. And we used satellite imagery. We have our own satellite data coming in. Satellite imagery helped us to see, if you look at a 5-acre farm, we were able to look at the vegetation percentage, compare that to the last 5 years and tell which patch in that 3 acres land has the lowest yield, because we can clearly see there is no vegetation there. And we kept giving farmer this recommendation throughout the 14-month period, which helped us to land such a huge gain for the farmer from an yield as well as recovery percentage. So go back, everything is going back to AI, how the AI engine is deciding to give recommendation to the farmer. So think, here, if you see, the only difference between a farmer using this tech recommendation versus the non-tech recommendation, making 60,000, 70,000 rupees additional income, is going to keep the project alive forever. So if you're building something, think it is not one-time benefit. The benefit has to multiply over the period of time for your end customer in whatever product and services you're trying to build. Now what happens next year? Farmer will tell, I use AI, I get 60 tons. Now he will come back to us only and say, sir, 60 tons I'm getting for 2 years. Your technology is no more working for me. Because the expectation of customers on AI is like that. Now, that means you need to look at more data. You need to train the models better. You need to look at more parameters. What is causing? You need to go to the DNA level of the sugarcane rhizome, what you're using, to help them to fine tweak every part of the puzzle. That is the role of today AI, what it's playing in agriculture. Let's look at climate, AI in climate tech. I work with a lot of companies, hundreds of companies in climate tech on the kind of work people are doing on carbon capture. See, India, by the way, anyone knows what is India's climate goals? When do we think we'll become zero carbon? Emission zero, any idea? 20? I think you are right. Whoever said that, please repeat. 50, yeah. So 2070 is when we want to be complete carbon negative, and 2050, India in the next 25 years is going to spend $124 trillion just on energy. Go back and read. $124 trillion we need to invest in our country to get to carbon zero. And carbon zero is a reality, guys. Please understand this. Last year, on the whole earth, there were 5 days where the temperature soared to 52.5 degrees centigrade. 5 days. By 2050, this is going to be 250 days. So in your lifetime, I'm old, in your lifetime, you will see 52.5 for sure. Take it from me. Think how it will be. What will be the life with 52.5? We use more ACs. We are further spoiling it, right? So we are making this planet inhabitable because we are not consciously using our resources. It is a big, big problem. The whole world is going to end only because of climate. There's no other reason. Okay. So climate tech, India last quarter we beat China last quarter from a climate investment perspective. Last quarter, India overtook from climate investment. There are billion-dollar funds in India today. If you're building on climate tech, anything to do with climate, sustainability, green energy, government is very, very actively pursuing a lot of programs. Today, I don't know if you're aware, if you buy any cement, 20% of the cement is reused cement. It's called green cement. There's something called green steel. If you're using steel manufacturers have been, in phases have been mandated to go and use reusable iron steel in the steel which they are producing. It's called circular economy. Anything you're producing, for example, I was talking to another sugar mill. First you grow sugarcane. From that you take out sugar juice, make sugar. You left it bagasse, it goes to paper, and you also use it for ethanol production. Finally, whatever the waste left, they're filtering it out. The water, they're releasing it back into the same water source and making the solid waste out of it to use it for bricks and kilns, whatever reason it is. See, this is called circular economy. So again, if you're building something, think, are you adding to the environment at the cost of environment? Are you making money, or are you environmental neutral? It's super important to know. There are, again, hundreds of companies building for climate tech. There are companies which are capturing carbon, making artifacts and toys out of that carbon capture. Okay, so there's so much of work going on. And then, look at, again, come to our favorite SaaS, right? AI SaaS. I'm sure a lot of you must be building AI SaaS products. Look what you are building today. If earlier days, your go-to-market strategy was, I'll build 9 months, build a product and then go and test it out, try to find first customers, try to sell them. Anything today you are building, please understand there is another guy sitting out there who can build it in one day using easier tools, replicable, ready-made tools, accelerators. There are 100 things available. Anything you're trying to build, which you're telling yourself, in next 1 year, I'll have a product ready, rethink about it. ask yourself, can I have something ready by tomorrow? Can I have something ready by next month? If your thinking only is the stopping factor and not anything else. You want to build a business plan? Between now and night, 9 o'clock, business plan can be built, pitch deck can be built, product prototype can be built. First level, we can even build a demo by 9 o'clock. Depends on how fast you want to think about entrepreneurship. It's always about the speed at which you can execute is what also determines. Because today in India, we have 200,000 startups. I'm not counting student startups, by the way. If you add that, probably it will be another 4 times of it. I'm talking of registered startups. And India is going to have, by 2035, India is going to have 2 million startups. I'm talking only AI SaaS space. Okay, it's going to be that massive. So whatever idea you're today working on, please think about it fast. Talk to more people, network more, understand who else is building, what to collaborate, where to get support, what to build, and execute on that idea. But always keep in one mind. Yeah, keep one thing in mind. Tell me, anyone who knows, raise of hands. Why do you want to build a business? Why do you want to build a startup? Raise of hands. I'll ask whom I want to ask. Why? Okay. Why? Anybody else? Why? Are you building something? Why? Okay. Are you building anything? Yeah. Why? Okay. Madam, you are building something? Yeah. Are you planning to build something? Why? To give the best to? Okay. So basically, please understand, you're building a startup to make money. Am I wrong? Be very clear, at least, not to solve a global hunger problem. Okay. If you're clear in your mind that, hey, I want to build something of value. When I say money is just in a different way, more diplomatically saying, I want to create value, right? For yourself, for everyone around you. And when you know the goal is very clear, that you want to build a company, you want to make money, why are you not thinking that fast? To be there faster. So stopping the war between India and Pakistan is intent for us. But you will not go and stand there and say, thoda dur ho jao, aap log fight mat karan. Right? So you have to think what you can solve. You can't solve everything, global hunger. You can't argue with your wife and win an argument. It doesn't matter. So you can't. Some things you can't, some things you can. So what you can solve is change the world. No, go build a business. Find a problem statement. Look at the problem statement. Can you solve it? If you cannot solve it, by the way, move on fast. Don't be married to that problem for long, because there are many problems to be solved. I know people who've been working on a problem for the last 2-3 years time. The problem is stuck. They're stuck. It is better to validate your idea, validate your problem statement and build something, or drop something and move on. Startup life is like you jump off a cliff. Before you land, you don't have to open your parachute. Before you land, you're supposed to assemble the entire aircraft and just take off like that only. That is the whole life of startups. You have only that much time. So think smart, use tools. Today you have tools. You have every possible tool at your disposal. You have no code platforms. You can just write a prompt, the softwares are made for you. Your intelligence depends on how to find the answer for your question and not to write the answer yourself. Remember this. How do you know? Sit down and write down. What are the 50 AI tools I know? I can tell you after 5, you will all stop. Because you haven't explored. Am I right? Are there anyone who can write 50? No, right? Take a guess. MS Office, one of the 25 years old work productivity tool. It has got 18,000 features. 18,000. It can practically do everything what you want with Evolver, Solver, and things like that. People know 10 because at 10 they decided, I now know how to print a document. So basically you took a computer, made it a typewriter. Right? Intelligence is take a typewriter and make it work for you. So not the other way around. So think, are you the typewriter or are you making the typewriter smarter? In every problem you solve, it's important for you to think on these lines. Embedding AI across functions. If you have already built a company, registered a company, you started creating teams. I'll give us another small example. Let's say one of you built an idea and you got some seed funding. You want to hire 3 people. You open up a role on LinkedIn. 100 people applied. No one has time to read 100 resumes. And moreover, when you're in early stage of your career, you have a lot of self-doubt. If I read a resume of 100 people, will I even know how to select? This is the first question. This is natural, right? Everybody will have to pass through that. Because you think he has got more score than me, which means how will I judge the guy? No. For all you know, that guy may be dumbest guy who is able to write the answer and get a better marks. It means nothing. The better way to do it is, you have 100 resumes. There are tools available. Just go upload 100 resumes and tell in English, what do you want? I want a guy who can think on his feet, who doesn't have it, ambiguity, who's little like this in English, and tell, can you find profiles? It can skim through and tell, read these 7 profiles. Using tools in your own day-to-day life. You are looking for an intern who is willing to work free of cost for you for 3 months because you want to build an MVP. Minimum viable product, you want to build it. How do you find? You don't have time to waste 1 full day searching. Go to Naukri, download 20 resumes, run it through your own screening mechanism. So like this, every function what you're trying to build, try to see how you can use already solved problem. If you want to buy a bike, you will not buy a metal sheet. Go to a lathe, start making your own wheel, right? Nobody will do that. That's what we are doing today. If you don't use AI, you are doing exactly that. You are getting a metal sheet, getting rubber, boiling the rubber, pouring it to make a tire. So please use AI in every function what you're trying to create, whenever, as and when you create a company. Partnerships, super important. Today, I'll talk a little bit about programs which are available in the market for startups. Let us say you now went through this entire journey, you built a product, something which is working. You know, it solves a certain problem. You go to some company, they are willing to pay you $5,000 a month. Let us say you are at that stage. Now, you sold it to 3-4 more customers. Now you're thinking, how do I go large? There are many programs available today, thanks to a lot of hyperscaler programs called marketplaces and all. There are ready-made programs available, companies like Microsoft and equivalents. Microsoft runs a program called Founders Hub. So anybody who is building on tech can apply for that. We give free cloud credits. Not just cloud credits, we give you a lot of free tools. You will have free Office 365, email, GitHub. You get everything what you need to build a company. All those tools are made freely available to startup who want to build something. Let us say you got the access. Then you go and created something. You improvise the product. You want some support on how do I now solve this scale problem. Mentors are available. Let us say you crack that also. Then you say, hey, I want to now sell this solution to HAL. You cannot write to them. They will not give you time. You want some support. There are programs called co-sell available in where you can apply. Microsoft guys will take you to that account. If the product is really working, if you can convince that it can solve a certain problem, they will take you to the market. There is some other program you say, okay, I don't want to sell to HL. I want to sell to 100 customers in Netherlands. There are a program called Marketplace. You go and put your product on Marketplace and run a marketing engine on LinkedIn and wherever you want to do. Divert the customer to go to Microsoft Azure Marketplace, click and buy. Money will come from Microsoft to you. So a lot of programs we have created to make it easy for companies to build and sell and collect the money. And also help you to build, by the way. On top of it, there are incentive programs Microsoft has designed to give you back more money, incentives if you sell on Azure Marketplace. There are many equivalent programs. So explore. When you have a product to sell, explore how you can use these tools to sell and actually make revenue for the organization. This is called partnering with ecosystem partners. And then tracking impact and iterating. Always, even if you're thinking something very small today, please put a plan. Put a 3-year or a 5-year plan. Where do you want to reach? Because if you do not know where are you, if you do not know where you're headed, every direction looks amazing. Right? You'll have to pick a direction, north, south, east, west. You start walking, you don't know where you're going. It feels like a nice, beautiful view. Everything looks good to you, but you don't know where you're going. Please put a plan. Here is where, put an ambitious goal. I want to reach $100,000 ARR revenue in the next 18 months. No, work backwards. When you work backwards and reach today, you might even say that it is impossible task. If I take a software engineer job, I'll make more money than this. Then ask yourself, what is the today I should do to get that 100K? What are the 10 problems? Who can solve it? Never try to solve all your problems yourself. When you're a startup, there are always people who have solved it already once and they can do it much better and much faster. Try to find, that's why when I said, talk to your neighbor. Most people don't do it because we believe it is shame. Correct? A lot of us, we feel, maybe he's also somebody right to talk. No, networking is everything. I'll tell you, once I was, surprisingly, I got an invitation to attend the 200 Business Leaders of India conference hosted by Narendra Modi ji. I don't know how I landed that. I am not that leader, by the way. I just got the invite. Some database error or whatever reason, I went there. And I was like, Modi ji is addressing here. There are CEOs. There are all labels for every seat. I saw none of the labels I was fitting. Last 2-3 rows were kept. I thought I should sit there. Then I was going. I saw one row was there full empty. It said CEOs. Let me sit. I'm wearing a suit. Let me see who will dare me to throw out of the room. I went and sat in that room. Because I sat in our country, the whole idea is like this, right? If I don't get it, it's okay. But this pink shy, this guy should never get it. Our whole idea is that I will not get it, it's okay. He should not get it. That is how 20 people came and sat in the row. You know what happens next, right? The whole lot will be thrown out. That is how most of the places work. So then somehow I was busy sitting talking to some neighbor. I was busy talking to a neighbor who happens to be a CEO of a large insurance company. Very reputed guy, media person. I introduced myself. I was talking to him what I do at Microsoft, and he was talking about, hey, we work with Microsoft, this. Other than me and him, because he was supposed to be there, I was not shunted out. All 20-25 people were shunted out to the last row. Please understand, talking to the neighbor, what are the benefits? Does it make sense? Always that networking. Later on, I went there, we cracked $1 million deal and things like that. If you want to be an entrepreneur, you have to think on your feet like this. You can't say, hey, what will that guy think about me? Because you want to build a business, right? Every help. Please understand, you were seeing on newspapers, somebody suddenly became a unicorn, 10,000 crores. That guy has slogged every single minute of his life, leaving no stone unturned. So this is how you have to think if you want to be a real entrepreneur and build something big. Networking is everything. So broadly, this is what I wanted to just talk, and I wanted to just take, if you have any questions, more than happy to take them. We have still 10 minutes. I want to take questions, so we're going to force people to ask questions now. So questions, you can pass on the mic. Please ask me any questions. By the way, you can find me on LinkedIn, Gangadhar Kodandram. I think someone said Gangadharan. I am not Gangadharan, Gangadhar Kodandram. It is natural people to add AN to my name. I'm a Kannadiga, not a Tamilian. So write to me on LinkedIn if there is some idea you're working on. I'll see if I can help you, but I don't respond every day. I'll find time and respond to you guys. If you have questions on Founders Hub, if you want to enroll, if you want to get Microsoft benefits on Founders Hub, on cloud benefits and other things, do reach out. All that you need to have is a company registered and a domain registered. We will help you rest. Please.
So you were saying about using AI in multiple fields when you are a startup and all those things. So what do you think, like when you use AI, like should you, like, I mean, what current AI generates is basically a slop. So if I ask it to generate a website, it does generate a website, but I can't keep that for a company. You know, it's not professional enough. It's not up to a standard. So what do you do then?
I'll tell you. So today, again, I don't know which websites you tried. Please understand the rate of change of AI is by the day today. Today, what you said in a month from now might be completely negated. The tech is changing at that speed. For example, I'll tell you, my wife runs a small startup, food startup. She wanted to launch a packaged candy business. Now, she was looking for packaging. How do I design packaging? We were collecting packaging from every store, buy stuff, keep some at home, some 100 different designs. Not able to think, how do we design our product? We went to some designer. He said, sir, I'll give you 3 designs, 15,000 rupees. But I said, how do I know the 3 design I like or not? We probably keep iterating a lot more. We lose 6 months in just ideating. I just sat for 10 minutes with her, went to ChatGPT, asked ChatGPT, hey, this is our brand, this is our website, read, do deep research and tell us, how should we think about packaging? This is the product, this is the target segment. I just wrote the English. It gave 1 page of design brief it gave. Use pastel colors, light pink, this color. I took that, pasted in Canva and asked Canva to generate design ideas. I spent 4,000 rupees. It has generated 800 different packaging ideas. 800. And all this took 30 minutes for us. Now, half of it has got spelling mistakes. Half of it are not great. It is crossed. Some of them are not at all good, but it gave an idea to us. We could from that scan through and take 10 and give it to our designer and say, use this design and build some design for us. In 5,000 rupees, he was able to create a design for us. Otherwise, even after spending 15 into 3 times also, we would have not been satisfied like that. To answer your question, when you wrote something, try 5 different top websites. It gave you some design idea. Take the design idea. You cannot deploy it. Okay. There are tools. I have deployed my own website, by the way. You can check it out. What it generates is solving 70% of your problem. After that, you can start making tweaks to it. Always understand, it will not like you click and it will launched. Take inspiration from it, which is faster for you today. 1 month later, it can be completely different. So you have to take it. How much percentage of problem is it solving for you? For me, it is solving 99% problem because I'm a lazy guy. If you're lazy, it helps you a lot. Pass on the mic if there are questions, more questions. I hope I didn't put some of you into deeper sleep.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Yeah. When it comes to the AI, yeah, we are likely to develop environmental tech, sustainable tech. At the same hand, we see tech carbon emissions also. And when it comes to the Harvard report, it says by 2030, it will be 160% of emissions.
I agree. Yes.
So, do we see a dilemma over here? So, how are the
Good question.
companies?
So good question. I think Microsoft has declared 2030 as carbon zero. I think already India, every building is green in Microsoft. Example, I'll take an example and talk rather than generic. Okay. So this is where a company's vision, a CEO's vision or a founder, in this room, everyone is a founder. Founder vision comes to actual real play. I don't know if you guys go back and read on Google, 10 years back. See, data center, okay. You know about quantum computing, we keep reading here and there sometimes. Quantum computing, 1 chip can do 10,000 chips. See, every server, okay, whatever you are building is running on a server. You're running on a VM, actually, a virtual machine. A lot of virtual machines sits on a physical machine. Physical machine, like in real world, it's like a box. You connect it to computer. There is no real cloud, by the way. It's all in the data center only. There is nothing in the cloud. Okay, you connect it. It generates heat. It generates so much heat. Into 3 times, you need to cool it down the server so that it works at optimal performance. Okay, that is data center heat getting generated. So whatever today, every one of us are using ChatGPT, we are burning GPUs in some data center. It's getting on fire. Almost like you put petrol and put it on fire, like that it's boiling today. Because that is the compute what we are using today. So data center, earlier, this used to run in small data center. Today, it is mega data centers across the world. 10,000 data centers are generating so much heat. So companies like Microsoft, we anticipated that this will happen. And 10 years back, we have done testing on in the ocean, underwater data centers Microsoft has built, where heat getting generated is transmitted into heat energy to boil the water, rather than, leaving it into the environment. So a lot of things are happening on data center cooling, especially because data center cooling, data center heat is the only problem of the next 10 years in the world, because it is going to increase not just 160%, 1600% in the next 10 years time. So that is going to kill when I talked about killing the environment, killing the earth, that is also one of the main reasons. the heat what data centers are generating. We are having fun to create Ghibli, right? 500 people create Ghibli, one data center is on fire. That much heat we are generating, GPUs are getting fried like an oil, deep fried. But yeah, very valid point. I think companies are thinking about it. I think a lot of large companies are thinking. Government has to come forward and make some mandates on how much can you emit and things like that. SEBI has made a guideline, by the way, if you're a listed company in India, you're declaring every year how much carbon are you generating. So, by the way, 2035, just carbon credit trading, which means let us say you create a company, you are negative carbon, you use solar, you generate, you get carbon credits, you can sell it. Just the trading market of carbon credits is going to be $5 billion as per the research report of Markets and Markets, or something I was reading recently. $5 billion is the market size of carbon credits. Like today, OLX, you buy and sell or stuff, right? That carbon credits business will be that big, $5 billion. So there is opportunity to build something on those lines as well. Any other questions? Or we can call it a day. Please.
Sir, I'm just curious to know that you told you were a startup founder. So I wanted to know, why did you leave that and land up in Microsoft?
Yeah, I was not a founder, by the way. I was an operator. I was, people had founded it. I joined them as a chief revenue officer and ran it for 4.5, 5 years time. I spent last 4.5 years, we built a profitable business. And when I moved to startup, the intent was to see the other side of the coin. Because when Microsoft kind of companies and the companies, large companies I have worked, you will never know how to be that nimble to go and build something from nothing. So we built multi-million-dollar business, but the company eventually has a long-term plan of actually moving everything off to US. And at the old age stage I am in, I don't want to leave the country. So if I was 20 like you, I would have probably gone.
Thank you, sir.
Please.
The data security. So we say that finding problem, doing brainstorming, and finding solution, finding alternatives. Well, ask AI, everything is done. Okay, so what is about the data privacy there? So now you have searched for some idea, and same kind of I'm also searching, and that ChatGPT is being trained. Okay, so it will give me the solution of somebody else.
Yeah.
Can that be possible?
You're right. It's
that
possible.
Data stolen things.
If your idea is so simple that, I don't know if you've seen Madagascar movie, right? Have you seen Madagascar? The zebra character thinks it's the only one which can throw water and catch it. I don't know how many of you have seen that. So it can throw water from the mouth and catch it. And it always thinks I am the only one who can do it. Actually, when it meets a herd of zebras, all the 1,000 are doing the same in the same passion, right? So if your idea is so generic, which you are thinking, I am the only one who came up with this idea. See, ideas are cheap. Ideas are easy. Execution is everything. Think about it. Ola. Everybody knows you have a cab problem. Every country has some sort of mobile app. But creating that company to where it is today is not easy. Food delivery. You are hungry, you want food at home. Idea is very simple. Execution game. So 95% businesses are execution game and not the idea game. I have people who come to me, sir, very, very, very secret. I want to talk to an idea. I said, don't talk. If you think that's secret, why have you not done it yet? So it's always about execution. So yeah, data security, from that element, I'll take another element of data security also, by the way. Data security, ChatGPT will not understand from you and tell someone this is the solution. ChatGPT understand in a very, very different layer or level altogether. Imagine if there are 10 crore people and you stood here and you said a problem statement. There are 10 crore answers which are getting generated. It will not give you one person's answer to one person. ChatGPT, the way it is designed is it's able to assimilate data from that 10 lakh people and create its own answer and give it to you. That's why you generate 2 design ideas within the same prompt. You won't get the same design.
That's correct.
So coming back to data security, which is a very, very important point. I think globally, data security is another area where across the world, world is waking up. Because today, when I was a kid, we had anybody comes home, we'll torture them to see through the albums, right? When we were kids, that's what we used to do. This album, that album, I went here, here is the album. Today, where is all your life memories? How easy is it to steal? All you need is, you left the phone, phone was unlocked. Somebody went into Google your email, change the mail address, call you and tell 10,000 rupees you give, I'll give a password. That easy it is, right, today. Because your life's data is sitting on your Gmail box. I don't even know what all data I have on my Gmail box. Data security, thinking data security first is super important. Anything what you're building. Of course, government is coming with laws. That's a different thing. You can't share data. GDPR equivalent. We are coming. India data privacy. All that is going to come. Companies cannot share data between public data. All that is there. But India, please understand, is a different jugado country. The day they tell this data is locked, everybody will have the data with them. Until then, nobody will look at the data. The day somebody tells this is the most secure data, they will figure out a way to get the data for themselves. You will know that how the data is with everybody, right? Because we are not law abiding, we are law challenging country. Right? In every country in the world is law abiding. There is a signal which says 30, it'll say, koi nahi hoga. Let's go in 100 now. Because everybody, 30 is there, nobody is going faster, the road is free. So when you build a product, please think security first from data perspective. You're selling something to some customer, that credit card information. Are you thinking seriously about that data? If it goes out, how much reputation loss is going to create? Are you putting enough security policies? Are you doing enough, tests on your cloud instances? Are you using right security tools? Are you cutting the corners? It's super important when you're building a product. Security first is no compromise in an AI world.
Okay, thank you. So second question is,
Please.
could you please name 5 AI that will help these students can win this business plan?
I would say,
Yeah.
see, when I think there are, you just asked ChatGPT,
Yeah,
100. I'll tell you one thing which I use a lot
Yeah.
is presentations.ai. I use Copilot. Microsoft Copilot is the ultimate tool which I use for everything because it remembers who I am. It knows what kind of questions I'll ask. It knows everything about me. So second one is, use if you're using any of the Microsoft tools, we have built something Copilot natively in each of these. For example, you send an email on Outlook. Most of the times I'm not responding. Copilot is responding to you because I've built it in such a way.
Important. Like it's very advantage.
Correct.
I've used it.
So Excel, Word, PowerPoint, I use Copilot natively. And next I use mostly Canva for a lot of things. I do a lot of designing and all Canva. I use a lot. Canva.ai. I don't know if you know, I have a paid subscription for that. It helps me a lot. And then between these two, 60-70% my job is done. And then I use some presentations.ai and few other simple tools. And of course, ChatGPT I use and sometimes Google Gemini I use. But I feel ChatGPT 4.0 mini is much, much better from an image creation perspective and writing. I use a lot to write. I don't write anything because writing takes 2-3 minutes of effort. I want ChatGPT to solve that for me so that I can think and rather than writing.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any other question? Okay, looks like we are on time, madam. If you guys don't mind, we'll take one picture. I'll take a selfie from here. Okay, let us see how many of you can come in this. Okay. Thank you, guys. Yeah, sure, thanks. Thank you. Late ones and become. You can give to me.
I think we really had a very good session on the artificial intelligence and all the usage of applications. Thank you so much, Mr. Gangadhar Kodandaraam, for such a fabulous session. And I request Chairman to please honor him. Just put his PPT on the screen. Speakers. Yes. Students, before we close today's session, let us pause and remind ourselves of a truth that binds us all. We are above all citizens of this great nation. As we gain and share knowledge here at Manthan, we are deeply aware that our country is navigating challenging times. In moments of conflict and crisis, it is not just the soldiers on the borders who defend the nation. It is each one of us standing firm in our values, our unity, and our sense of responsibility. We at Manthan stand in unwavering solidarity with our armed forces, their families, and all citizens impacted by these difficult times. Let us raise to observe a moment of silence, not in sorrow, but in strength, a moment to honor those who protect our freedom and to remind ourselves that knowledge, resilience, and unity are the most powerful weapons in building a stronger tomorrow. Let us carry forward the spirit, not just today, but in every decision we make, every challenge we face, and every life we touch. Jai Hind, please stay in silence for the next 1 minute. Thank you so much. Also, thank you, Mr. Gangadhar, for joining us today. It was really our pleasure, and I extend the invitation for grand finale. I'll keep you posted about the same, and I hope your co-pilot does not respond yes on that, and you will personally be here to join us on the grand finale. Right. So, to my dear students, please don't call us tomorrow till midnight, 12 o'clock. Anytime before that, the results will be out. All right, because the jury round is still on and we have 150 more proposals to evaluate. So anytime before 12 o'clock, you will be getting your results, right? Thank you so much. Love you and leave you. Thank you. And also, two announcements. One of Mr. Steve, we are going to leave the QR code to follow him on his social media. And the second is you have a QR code for the feedback of all the resource person who were here today. Please take 2 minutes of your time and scan the QR code and leave your response. We continue to strive for excellence here at Manthan FKCCI. Thank you once again.
करते थे, जिससे कुछ दिनों में आम के पेड़ों पर नई कोपल आती है, तब उनको खेतों में लगा देते थे। ऐसा करने से कुछ ही दिनों में छोटे पेड़ों पर ही ढेर सारे आम लग जाते और इन आमों में गुठली नहीं होती है, जिसके कारण यह बाजारों में महंगे दामों में बिकते हैं। देखो